Hey guys, I'm Code with Stein. In this video I will show you how to build a real-time chat for websites using Django, Channels, JavaScript and Tailwind. Django and Channels will be used for the backend, and we will use JavaScript for handling the socket in the front end. And Tailwind will be used for the styling. For the database we will use SQLite for development, but we will also learn how to deploy this project to DigitalOcean, where we will use PostgreSQL as the database. Here we can see a little demo of the project we are building. So we have a very basic website with a home and an about page, and here you can see a chat bubble. In the backend you can see that we can have multiple users, where some can be managers and some can be agents. The managers will have the possibility to add users, and you can go to chat admin here to get this here. You can also edit the users if you want to do that, where you can change the role. Down here all of the rooms will be listed. So if I try to go here now, open up the chat bubble, write Stein for example, join chat. Then welcome to our chat. Please type your message below and wait for an agent to join. So if I now go to the backend again and refresh, you can see that here is a room, name Stein, status is waiting and agent is none yet. If I now click join here, then you can see that I can start chatting with this user. And if I go back here, you can see that the admin/agent has joined the chat. Hello. And if I then go back again to the backend, you can see here Stein is writing a message. Hello. This was actually supposed to be deleted, so I will fix that in this tutorial. Here you can also see the address that the user is coming from. So if I start typing something here now, hello, then you can see here Stein Ove, which is the agent, is writing a message, and as soon as I click send, it's deleted from there. And that was what's supposed to happen here as well, but I will fix that, of course. So if I now go to the page here, you can see that this is now active, and Stein Ove is the agent of this. I can go in here again, and I can talk to this user more if I want to do that. Hello again. So you can see the message got here again. But if I now refresh this page, and I refresh this page, you can see that the chat is closed, and I can just see this here now. So that's basically how everything here will be working. And I hope that this looks interesting to build. By the way, if you haven't subscribed to my channel yet, please do that now, and also click like below if you want more content like this. Anyways, now it's time to get started with the coding. Okay, so here you can see the to-do list that we are going to go through. We're going to begin by just installing, setting up everything. Then we're going to handle authentication, start working with the chat, set up the chat bubble, working more on the chat bubble, make it possible to connect to the WebSocket, make it possible to send messages. Then we're going to work on the chat administration, make it possible to send a message just by hitting enter, scrolling automatically to the bottom, work with user management, make it possible to delete a room, make it possible to view a room, inform the user when an agent is writing, and similar. And at the end of this tutorial we are going to work with deployment, where we're going to deploy this to DigitalOcean. So anyways, let's just start with the first task. Create a virtual environment. So, by the way, the name of this project is Jatte, which just means to talk in Norwegian. Feel free to call it whatever you want on your computer, of course. So if I just go to the command line, I've created an empty folder called Jatte here as well. And in here I want to create a virtual environment. And I do that by saying python 3-m env, venv, and then the name of the environment, which just can be env or what you want to call it. This is what I do on my Mac. On Windows this can be a little bit different, but just go to Google and say create Python virtual environment Windows or similar, and you will probably find a way to do this on your computer as well. Anyways, when that is done, you can see here that I got a new folder, so we can activate it by saying source env bin activate, and then I get the name of the environment there. Okay, so now we have it. So I can go to the to-do list as the first task to done. Next step then is to download and set up the starter pack. So I have prepared a little bit of code for this project. I will go through everything here. It's very simple actually. It's just so that I don't have to spend time setting up the HTML for the menu, this and similar. So I will add a link in the description below for this, but you can find it on github.com/steinhelset/jatte-starter. Once you're here, you can just click code, copy this address, or you can download this as a zip if you want to do that. And then in the terminal, I can just say git clone and then paste in the address and hit enter. Okay, did not work. Maybe if I switch to HTTPS, git clone. Yes, that worked a little bit better. So select the HTTPS and then the address there. So now I have a new folder here called jatte-starter. I can move it, rename this to something else, for example just Jatte. Okay, so now I have downloaded this, and then the first step in this task is to install everything that we have in the requirements file. So if I just open up that, I can go through it. For example, we have Django, and then we have a few other things. Most of these packages here are actually connected to Daphne and Channels, which is what we are going to use for the WebSocket. So if I just type in here Django Channels, this is what Django used to handle asynchronous functions and similar. So then you can see here that inside the installation you are asked to install channels this way. So this will now give you channels 4 and not channels 3. So if you install it like this, you will probably get almost all of these packages anyways. Okay, so let's install this. You can go into this folder, cd jatte, and then say pip install -r requirements.txt. And now this will install everything that we have in that list, so that you now will have the same environment as me. Nice. And when that is done, I can go to the to-do list, just set this to done as well. And then I want to install Tailwind. If you want to see the detailed version of this Tailwind CSS, then you can go in here, go to the docs and into Tailwind CLI. So I have followed this version down here to install it. But since we downloaded this starter pack, we already have the Tailwind config, where we set up the folder for where we have the Tailwind classes. Inside the package.json, you have the same version of Tailwind CSS as me. So now this should be very easy to install by using npm install. And then that will go through this package.json file and install everything there. So if I now open up the package lock, you can see here that this is installed and a little bit other dependencies that Tailwind has to work. So now Tailwind should actually work. So we need to then run Tailwind CSS to make sure that it finds all the files and similar. So if I just open up a new tab here, or window, or whatever you use on your computer, then I go into the same project, then I can run Tailwind CSS here. And I do that by saying npx tailwind css -i ./static. So then I find the input CSS file, which is main.css. And the output for this should be ./static /css main.min.css --watch. So now this will be running in the background at any time. So every time we save a file, this will be automatically updated. And inside that main CSS file, which you can find here, we have just imported things from Tailwind, as you can see here how it's done. And here is also the command I used to run, just a little bit different because we have the files in different places. Okay, So now that everything there is installed, I can set this here to done. Then I can go through a little bit of the files. We have a JavaScript file here. These should actually not be there now. I want these to be empty. So I can begin by doing that. Just remove everything in there, and save those two. Because I want to do this manually, of course. And then inside the core, we have a few views. We have one view for the front page, one for the about page. Set up separate URLs file. There are no models. And inside the templates, just very basic. Okay, so the index file is just very simple. It's just some static HTML. The base includes the main min CSS, which was generated from this command, and nothing much more, just messages so that we can show some feedback to the user. There is a block script, and we have a block for the content as well, so we can extend this. So there's not much more to see there. The account, I'm going to go through this in the next task. As you can see here, go over the account app. Okay, so let's just start with this one now. Add channels /Daphne to settings. So it says that I already have this in the starter pack, so I can just see that it's okay. If I go to Yatte, settings.py, then I have already added Daphne there, and also the two apps that this starter pack comes with. I've also set up the login URLs, so this will be the login page. This is where you will be redirected to after a login. When you log out, you will be redirected to the front page. And we also set the auth user model to account user, because you have a custom user model for this project. Okay, so one more thing we need to do for Daphne is to configure how the layers are going to work. We could use, for example, a Redis and similar, but I just want to have everything in the memory for now, because that's the easiest way to do this. And I've also set up a option for the ASGI, which is for handling asynchronous tasks. So this points to this file, which we will do something with later in this tutorial. Okay, so let's configure how the channels is going to work. So here we can say channel layers equals, and then a dictionary, and set the default, one more dictionary, and then we set the backend to be used here, which is channels.layers.inMemory channel layer. And this works actually very good for development, but also in production if you don't have a very big website, because when we send the message to the backend, we will save it in the database anyways, so it will work very flawlessly. So if I just go here now, we can try to run this quickly just to see that it's working. Python manage.py run server. So there are no errors, and you can also see here that it says starting ASGI/Daphne version 4 development server at this address. And if you click that, you will see this front page. The chat bubble isn't there, but we will work on that later. So we also have this empty about page. Nice. So now I can set this to done, and I can set this to done, and I can set this to done, because we have run and tested that it's working. And I can also set this to done. Nice. Before I continue, I just want to say thanks to all of my patrons. If you too want to support me, you will find a link in the description below. So then I just want to go over the authentication as well before we start with the fun, which is to start working with the chat. So if I just open up the account here, you can see that we have a few forms. We have a login form, we have an add user form, and the edit user form. So I will come back to this later when we're actually going to work with adding users and handling the user management. There are no views. There are one URLs for logging in, which just uses the built-in login view from Django. We just specify which template to use and that we're using our own login form from forms.py because we need to use the username and password and not what's built in. So for the model, we have done a little special things here. So we have set up a custom manager to make it easier to create new users. So we have a separate function for super users and one for users, which both utilizes this function. And what the custom user manager is that we replace the default .objects, for example user.objects. So instead of using the built-in there, we use this instead. So we just extend it. So for example, user.objects.all will still use the default user manager. We just use the custom manager for these functions. And then we have a separate user model here where we pass in this because we're going to use that. And you can see here that we have two different roles. We set up the unique ID for the ID field. We set up an email field so we don't have the username. We set up the name field. So we don't have a first name, last name. We just have one name field. And then a role, which is a selection between these two roles. If the user is active, super user and staff. When you were joining, when you last logged in. And then down here, you can see how we are overriding the .objects. Down here, we specify that the username field is email. The email field is also email. And the required field's name, where we pass in name, is just so that these will be working, so that we can, for example, say python manage.py create super user. So everything here should be okay now. You can see here that I get an error or warning because we have unapplied migrations. So let's fix that. Python manage.py make migrations just to see that there are no. That's good. And then just migrate to run the migration scripts. So now I got the database model, the database here, the SQLite 3. Perfect. So that's basically how everything here is working. And as I show you here, that this is how you specify that we're going to use this model instead of the built-in user model that Django comes with. Okay, so done and done. I hope everything until now has been okay to follow. I'm sorry that this has just been a very much explanation. If you have any questions, feel free to leave a comment below and I will answer as soon as I can. But now we are going to start working with more code. Nice. Okay, so we are going to begin with creating a basic consumer. So a consumer is just a simple Python file that handles the communication with the front end. It's where we have the function for connecting, disconnecting, receiving messages and passing them out to the room or whatever you want to call it. So let's begin by creating a new app for this. So Python manage.py start app chat. Then we can add this to the installed apps list, chat, save and just close these files. And then inside this chat app we can create a new file called consumers.py. First we can begin by importing a few things that we're going to need here. So import JSON and then we're going to import more from asgi.ref.sync, import sync to async, and from channels.generic.websocket import async WebSocket consumer. So this will be used for working with data in and out. This is what we need to do in order to talk to the database, and this is the consumer or the WebSocket itself. So then we can create a class for this. By the way, if you want to read a little bit more about this, you can just go to Google and search for Django Channels. You can go to their website and read through their docs if you want to read more about any of the things that I'm talking about in detail. Okay, so then we can create a new class. Class chat consumer. And then we just pass in the async WebSocket consumer. Then we can create one function for connecting to this. So async def connect self. So this function will now work inside this class. And we use async because we are talking to the database and similar, and we want to be able to pause the function before we continue and similar. So first I want to create or set up the room name, self.room name. Room name might not be the best explanation word for this, but once we have started working on this, you'll probably understand more why I have called it this. Self.scope URL route kwargs room name. So what we are doing here is that we create a new variable called room name and assign it to this value. So self.scope is sort of like the request parameter in typical views. Then we access the URL route and get the arguments from that. And specifically, we want the argument called room name. And then we set to something called room group name. So self.room group name equals chat underscore %s. So you can format strings a few different ways in Django, but this is one way to do it, or you can just do it like this and set F there for format. So now we just set the room group name to chat underscore to whatever we have in the URL. And then we want to just add a comment here, join room group await self.channel layer dot group add self.room group name and self.channel name. We don't have that, but that is a variable built into the chat consumer itself. So what happens here is that we call await now and wait for this to finish before we continue to the next line. So we set up the channel layer, which is what we had in the settings.py. We set our name here locally to room group name and pass in self.channel name. And then await self.accept. So now the user which connects to this should be connected to the WebSocket and have a connection running. And then we want one function for disconnecting. So async def disconnect, pass in self and close code. And then in here, command for leave room, just so it's a little bit easier to follow what's going on here. Await self.channel layer dot group discard, so this is just exactly opposite of add, self.room group name, self.channel name. Like to have two lines between these. And this is the most basic a consumer can be. I think you can probably make this a little bit easier if you wanted to, but this is how I like to do it. So now we have a unique room or group name for each of the users that connects to this from the front end. So it's very easy to connect to this from the back end again. Okay, so now that we have this, I can take this to set create basic consumers to done. Next, I want to set up the routing. So just like that we have the urls.py for the views, I like to have a separate routing file for the consumer. So inside this chat app, create a new file, routing.py. Then we can import path from Django. So from Django .urls import path. And then I want to import the consumers file. So from .import consumers. Then we set up the URL patterns, but I like to call that WebSocket URL patterns equals, create a list path, and then here, so WS for WebSocket. So if the URL begins with WebSocket, we go in here, slash, and then we want a string called room name. And this room name is what we are getting here. So kwargs is the arguments that I put into this path. And then at the end here we can just say consumers.chatConsumer.asgi and add the parentheses. So that is the routing itself. Very easy. So not very long. Okay, so this is done. And then we're going to set up the ASGI file. So the ASGI file was the file that handles the connections from the web server. So let's open up asgi.py and do some changes here. First, just remove this comment. And then we need to import a few things from channels. So I can do that below this Django. No, we can have it here. So from channels.auth import auth middleware stack. This is something I like to use to make it easier to access the user and similar inside the consumer. From channels.routing import protocol type router and URL router. From channels.security.websocket import allowed hosts origin validator. Then we set up, or we use this to get the ASGI application we are in. Then we configure the environment by setting yotte.settings. Yotte is then this file, settings is this file. And then we can import the routing file we just created. So import chat.routing, or maybe we can just say from chat or dot import routing will probably be more correct. Then instead of assigning it like this, we can say Django ASGI application equals get this, so that we get this. Not 100% sure what this actually does, but this is how I always do this. And then we set up the application. So application equals protocol type router, parentheses, and then in here a dictionary. Then we're going to use HTTPS Django ASGI application. Then we set the WebSocket, pass in allowed hosts origin validator, parentheses, auth middleware stack, pass in URL router, and then here we can just say routing dot websocket underscore URL patterns. I think that is correct. Let me try to run and see if there are any errors. Cannot import name routing from Yotte. Okay, no, it's because I'm not in the correct folder. So here I can say from chat import routing. Stop, start again, and now it seems to be working. So what actually happens here now is that we do this to get the application we are in. Then we set up the router. We specify what the HTTP we're going to use. This is the other type of views, for example, the front page and similar, and then the WebSocket. Here we're just passing in these and these to make sure that security is handled and similar. I think that if you go into the tutorial here, you can probably learn more about this in details if you want to do that. Okay, so now that we have the ASGI application up and running, we can set this to done. So then I can create the database model for the messages. So inside chat models.py we can create it here. So first I just want to import the user. So from account.models import user, so that we have the user, so we can connect messages and rooms to this specific user. Class message, pass in models.model. Here I just first can begin with the body, models.text field. This is then the message itself. Sent by equals models.char field. Set the max length to 255. So this is something that I want to add for each message that has been sent. So this is either the user in the front end or the name of the agent. I want to know when the message was created. So created at equals models.date time field, and then I can pass in auto now add to true. So this is automatically added by Django. And then I created by equals models.foreign key. So this should then go to the user that we imported here. I want to set this to blank equals true and null equals true in case it's the user in the front end who sent this message, because then we don't have a user to connect this to. And on delete models.set null. So if the user is deleted, this will just be set to null. So then it just won't have a connection to a specific user in your system. I need to set up some class meta because we need to set the default ordering of the messages. Ordering. This can be set to created at, so that the newest messages is at the bottom and not at the top. Then we can also set the string representation. So def str self return f like that. Pass in self.sent by. So that's very easy to see in the admin interface and similar who sent the specific message. So then, I can set it to run, and then we need a model for the room as well. So class room models.model. So a room, just to make sure that it's easy to follow now. If I go into the back end that I was showing you earlier, this down here is then a room which you can go into and similar. So let's go to the code again and add some field to here. Here I want to call the UUID equals models.char field, max length 255. So this is not the UUID that you might be used to using in Django. It's just a unique ID that I'm going to render in the front end in JavaScript and send here. So you could call this, for example, JavaScript ID or similar, or maybe room ID or whatever you want. And then I'm going to specify client equals models.char field max length 255. This is the user in the front end. When they click the chat bubble, you know, the one you see here, Stein, which was the one that connected from in the front end. Agent equals models.foreign key user. So this is the agent that takes a room and talks to the user. A related name can be rooms. Blank equals true and null equals true. This has to be able to be not connected to a specific user in case, or since we are waiting for an agent to accept a connection. And the same here on delete models.set null. I also want one field here for the messages, which is a connection up to the message here. This is models.many to many field. And then we just pass in message and set blank equals true in case we don't have any messages yet, which we usually don't have when we just create a room. I want one field for the URL, and that is this one, where the URL or the page the user is on when he clicks the chat bubble. Char field, max length 255. We can set this blank equals true and null equals true in case this is something that you don't want to have in your system. And then I want the status, if it's waiting for an agent, if it's active, or if the connection is closed. So you can add this as a constant up here first. Waiting. Waiting. And active. And closed. And to make it very easy to choose between this, we need to set up a tuple. Choices status equals, then a new tuple with the tuple in here, pass in waiting and set the label that will be showing in the forms. So if we just copy and replace a little bit now. Closed and closed. Like that. And then we need a field for storing this information. So status equals models.char field. Max length can be set to 20 because none of these variables or values are very long. Set up the choices to be choices status. Default is waiting. And then we also want to know when this was created. So I can copy that field from here, created at, paste it there. We can set up these two here as well. So just copy the meta and the string representation. Here we can say minus created at because we want the newest one in the backend to be on the left side here. And the string representation can here be client, but we can also show the self.uuid here. Okay, so then we can update the database by saying python mentioned.py make migrations and python mentioned.py migrate. So then I can run the server, so we have it in the background. So if I refresh now, everything looks okay. Not much has happened, but at least we now have the chat app with the basic consumer. We have the routing, we have the ASGI file and the models for the rooms and the messages. Nice. Okay, so let's start working on the HTML for the chat bubble. So in the demo you can see the chat bubble here, and now I want to add it here as well. Okay, so if I go to Visual Studio Code, then inside this chat application I can create a new template, folder for the templates. In there, one for the chat, since this is the name of the app. In here I want a folder called partials, and this is where I want the bubble HTML to live. So inside there again I create a file called chatbubble.html, and I can just say chat here and include it in the index.html file in the core app. So at the bottom of content I can say include chat partials /chatbubble.html and close it. So if I go to the front page here, on here, refresh, template does not exist. Okay, what did I do wrong? Chat partials chatbubble.html, chat partials chatbubble.html, templates, chat partials chatbubble. Let's just start and stop again. Yes, now it's working, and you can see there sometimes Django needs to be restarted when you do a few things. Okay, so now we have it there as a chat. So how do I make this sticky to the down corner like it is here? So you can, when I'm scrolling, you can still see it there. So if I just minimize this a little bit, find chat bubble again, then I can begin by creating a new div and set the ID to chat, so it's easy to get this element using JavaScript later. Class, I want to set the max width for this div to 300 pixels, so max w, max dash w, and then we specify 300 pixels hard-coded like this. And to make it fixed, we set the class as fixed, and then right dash 2, so it's 2 rems or whatever it's called from the right side, and also the same from the bottom. Set the padding inside this to 4, so it's space on the top and bottom and also on both sides. Set the background to be white. I want to have a border, and set the border to be border gray 300 and rounded dash XL. So if I write something in there now, go back and refresh, it almost worked. If I just hard refresh, it was moved down here. So now it's sticky down there, and it's there every time that I scroll. Nice. So let's add the chat icon. So div id chat, chat icon, and I use these IDs to make it very easy to find these elements using JavaScript. And then in here, a button ID chat open. So this will then be used to toggle open the chat. I need some classes on this as well. So class w-50 pixels. We need to add a flex container and set the items center. So everything in there will be centered vertically and horizontally. And then in here I need a chat bubble. So to find this icon, I just go to hero icons and search for chat. Then you can actually select which one you want here. I can just go for this now. Go back here again and paste it inside this button. Can we save and test this? So it almost worked. You can see it doesn't have the right color and it's a little bit small. So if I here on this SVG element, I can say text rows 600. Go back and refresh. So now it's the correct color. Nice. And then I should fix the size for this. And I think to fix the width of it, I can just remove these two classes. Let's save and check it out. Refresh. Yes. So it's just a little bit too fat. So I can set the stroke to 1 instead of 1.5. Nice. Like that. So now it's just like the demo. Perfect. So the to-do list still says this, but now we have this, and okay, I can create the next thing in here as well. So below the chat icon, I want to have the next screen. So when I click this, I want to have this as well. But I think that I can just set this to done, since this is like the navigation, that when you click this, it will open and similar. So in here, as a div ID chat welcome class hidden, because we don't want to see this when the page has loaded. And then in here, I need the input field for the name. So input type text. I set the name to be name, ID chat name. This is important. and then class w-full, so it's full screen, margin bottom 4 or MB4, that's some padding or vertically, and px-6 for horizontal padding, rounded-xl, set the BG or the background to be gray 100. You can also set the placeholder here, so placeholder, your name, close this one, and we also want a button here as well, so button ID chat join, so this is then open for open the chat, and I have a chat join for actually joining the chat. Class, now we set some spacing here as well, so py-2 px6 rounded xl, and text white, we can set the background to bg rows 600, and the text can be join chat, and save. So if I go here now, refresh, nothing has happened. So now we need to make it possible to click this. So when we click this, it will be replaced with this screen. So then I can open up the file main.js, which is in the Yatte static.js. So to begin by adding a comment here, and say elements, because I want to specify these at the top here. Elements, const chat element, that will be this entire box. And then to find it, we can just say chat element equals document dot query selector hash chat, and then this will now find this ID here. So now we can manipulate this and similar. I also want to find the open button and the join button. So const chat open element, and I'll let you add element at all of these variables just so that I know that it's actually a HTML element. Document.query selector hash chat open. I can just copy this for the chat join, replace with the chat join, and I want the icon, which is this screen where the icon is. So chat icon element, chat icon, and the welcome. So welcome and welcome, and this welcome is of course this screen. Then below here we can add one more comment and say event listeners. So I want to check that if this chat open has been clicked. It should be very easy now, but just saying chat open element dot on click equals function, pass in the event there, and in here I can say e.prevent default, just to make sure that the page doesn't refresh and similar, and end this function with return false. And then in here what I want to do is say chat icon element dot class list dot add hidden. So then we add this hidden class, this, to this screen. So then this will go away. And now we do the exact opposite on the welcome screen. So chat welcome element dot class list dot remove hidden, and save. So then I just need to include this main.js file. So if I then, let me just close a few here so it's easier to watch. If I open up index.html, then I can say block scripts and block, and then in here I say script src and a link to this. So that's static. So we use this built-in function from Django js/main.js. Then we close this script tag like that. I think I've already added the load static. This was in the starter pack. So if I save now, go back and refresh, open up the inspector, there are no errors, just the fav icon is missing. So if I click this now, it was replaced with this screen. Nice. So we are still on this task. Now I just want to make sure that when we fill in the name, click join chat, that we are sent to the last screen here. So if I then go back to Visual Studio Code and into chat bubble, we can create the element for this. So div id chat room class, also hidden, so we don't see it before we are actually on that screen. And then I want one div for this one and one for the form itself. Div id chat log, so I call it chat log, or you can call it chat messages or whatever you want, but in my tutorial I use it as chat log. And then add some classes to this, for example mb-4, so there is space below this, p-4, so there is space inside, as you can see here, space inside, and margin bottom below. And then I set the background to be BG Gray 100. I want rounded XL corners. I want to set the height to be 300 pixels, so it's hard coded 300 pixel tall, which makes it easier to have the scroll inside. So I can just say overflow scroll. So everything that's more than 300 pixels here will make this scroll inside there. So this can just be like that, and then we add a paragraph in here. Welcome to our chat. Please type your message and wait for an agent to join. Then below here we have the form. We can begin by setting an input. So input type text. Oops. And the name here can be name, message, or body. It doesn't really matter because we're probably not going to use this attribute. And then we set the ID to chat message input, and then some classes. So class W full, so it fills out the whole screen, as you can see here. MB-4, so there's space down to the button. P-4 and BG Gray 100 and rounded -XL. And then we can also set the placeholder, which will be type your message. Below here, I just want a simple button for sending the message. So button ID, chat message send or submit. Class py-2, px-6, bg rows 600, so it follows the same design as everywhere else. Text white and rounded -XL. The text here can just be send. Okay, so if I refresh on the page now, nothing happens because we haven't made it possible to go to this yet. So I need to make it possible that when we click this screen here is able to be showing. So we need a few more elements here. Chat join is this, so we already have that one, but we need this, the chat room. So replace the title there, or the value, change chat room element. And then we can have an on click on this chat join as well. If I just copy everything here, we can replace this chat join element. And then here we want to have this to add the class hidden and the chat room element to remove hidden. So that should make everything here work. Join, and then I sent here. Nice. Okay, before I set this to done, I just want to specify a few more variables here, so I have them for later. So here I can say const, or actually let chat name, because this is needed to be changed. This will be the name for the user. And then I want one let chat socket. So this is then a reference to the socket itself. This can just be set to null. Let chat window URL. This is the page we are on. For example, in the demo we saw that the user was on this page, which is then just this URL. So then we can just say window.location.href and let chat room UU ID. This is what we are storing in the database actually in this field. So then I want a way to randomly generate this, which is actually very easy to do with JavaScript. math.random.toString 36.slice to 12. So now this will give us a string which is I guess 10 characters long from 2 to 12. So if I now say console.log, we can check that this was actually working like that. So just console it, log it like that. So if I open up the inspector, refresh, then you can see here that we generated this automatically now. Nice. So we don't have to have this here, so it doesn't fill up anything here and make things confusing. So then I think everything is done. You can say variables here just to keep this as clean and easy to understand as possible. So then I can go back here and set this to done. Okay, so now it's time to start working with making it possible to connect to the backend using the WebSocket. First, I just want to set up an endpoint so that we can create rooms and store them in the database. So if I go to Visual Studio Code and then I find views.py inside the chat app, then first I can begin by importing JSON because I know that I need to return JSON data here. I can then also import the JSON response. So from Django.http import JSON response. And I need to import one decorator as well. So from Django.views.decorators.http import require HTTP methods. Actually, so here that we have actually something called a require post, so I can probably just use that one. Then I also need to import the room model, so from .models import room, and then I can create the API endpoint. First I need to say at require post because we're only going to allow post method to this view. Then def create room. And since we have this, you will not be able to go to this in the browser. That will just give you an automatic error. Request, and then the unique ID for this one. And this unique ID is the one that we have here. So then I can get the name of the user first. Name equals request.post.get name. Can default this to blank. And the same with the URL that the user is on. So URL and URL. Then we can create the room by saying room.objects.create UUID equals UUID. Set client equals name and URL equals URL. And if I go to the models.py, you can see that this will be filled automatically. This will be automatically or default set to waiting. We don't have any messages yet, and there is no agent yet either. So then I can just return JSON response and then create a dictionary in here with one value message and say room created. So now I have this endpoint, and then I just want to create the URLs file in here for making it possible to reach this from the front end. So urls.py. Then we can begin by importing path from Django, from Django.urls import path, and then we can import all of the views from the chat app. from dot import views. You can also set up the app name. I don't think that I'm going to need it, but I do it anyway. And then the URL patterns, which is a list. And right now we're only going to have one view here, create dash room. Set the name to be create dash room. And the view we're going to use is views.createRoom. So I think I also want to add API at the beginning here, and also I need to have this in there as well. So I'm going to expect a string called UUID. So we are expecting a string called UUID, which is the name of the parameter that we have here. So now that should be available. Then we just need to add this to the main URLs file. So if I just go to yotte/urls.py, we can add it at the top here. So path. And when this is empty, just like this, we will go in here and check if it matches any of these URLs. So chat.urls. So if now the URL is, actually we can have it below the core, since this is where we have one empty, but if it's, for example, chat admin or API, then it will not match anything there, but it will go in here and find this one and match it. So now the URLs is set up, the views is set up, and all of the things that we need in the back end should work. So I can set this to done. Then I just need to set up the JS for connecting. So then we need to do a few things here. If I just close this for now, then I need a way to get the name from inside the chat bubble. So I need to be able to get this one. And I need to be able to get this here. That should be available. Chat room, yes. So let's add one for the name. Just copy one of these, rename to chat name, and rename this to chat name. And this will then be the client name or the user name. Since I already are there now, I can make this available, and also the input and the chat message as well. So I can copy, make 3, rename this to be chat log, and then chat input element, chat input, and chat submit element, chat submit. So I think that's correct. Chat message submit, maybe. Okay, chat message submit, and chat message input. So then I think everything there should be okay. So then I can head over to the JavaScript. So in here, when we have made this available, the chat room, then we want to call a function here. So in here, I want to call a function called join chat room. I have not created this yet, so I'm going to do that next now. I can have it above the event listeners. Oops. So in here, I can say functions. And then I can say function join chat room, console.log, join chat room. And then I can test that this is working now by going here, refresh, click the chat bubble, write the name. And then it was actually not called here. So why wasn't this called? Chat join, console.log, test. Do a hard refresh. Try one more time. Okay, now it was working. So I probably just didn't refresh. Okay, so I can remove this now. Scroll up again to the function. And then first I can say chat name, which is the variable from up here, equals chat name element.value. So then we get the value from this input field. And then I can do one more console log here. So console.log join as, and then we can print the name here, chat name And we can also console.log the room UUID. And this should be available in chat room UUID. We can try this one more time. Refresh, write the name, join chat room as ASDF, and then we have the ID for the chat room name. Perfect. Then I just want to set up form data for what we're going to send to the backend. Const data equals new form data. And then we can append the name data dot append name, and here we want to pass in the chat name, and data dot append URL should be chat window URL, which is the URL we are on, and these should be available then inside these two variables. Okay, so when this is done, we can use fetch to call the backend. So fetch, this is built into all browsers now, /API/create room / and then we can use a variable in here, chat room UUID. You can see here that this isn't available, so we just need to convert these two here to backticks. So then you can see it turned light blue. Perfect. We need to set the method to be post here, so method post, and then headers. This can just be empty for a few more seconds, and body should be data. And then when this is done, we will get some information back. So now we can say .then function res for response, and then we just say return res.json. So then we pass this on to the next function. So .then function data, and then we can say console.log data, so we can see what we are getting from the backend. And then in here, since we are using a post request now, we need to send in the CSRF token. So using x-CSRF token, so capital of these letters and then lowercase on token. Then we can call a function called getCookie, pass in CSRF token. So then you might wonder where we get this from. We actually need to create this. So at the top or above here, you can say function getCookie, and then in here, in one parameter called name, which is this CSRF token, I can say var cookie value equals null. So we first set this to null, and then we need to get or check if there are any cookies in the browser. If document.cookie and document.cookie not equals empty. So if there are a cookie and it's not empty, then we can go in here and then we can get all the cookies by saying var cookies equals document.cookie.split, and we split these by semicolon. And then we can loop through each of these cookies by saying for var I equals 0, and as long as I is lower than cookies dot length, then I++, and the iteration will continue. So then var cookie equals cookies. Now we get this exact one dot I, and we want to trim unnecessary values from this. If cookie dot substring 0 name dot length plus 1 equals name plus equals. So that means that now the cookie name is the same as the name that we are looking for in this cookie. And if that is correct, you can say cookie value equals decode URI component cookie dot substring name dot length +1, and +1 is because all names have this at the end. And when this is done, we can say break to just quit this for loop, and then at the bottom below this for loop, actually at the bottom here, we can say return cookie value, and this will give us the value of the CSRF token. So we can try this now. If I just refresh, write the name, then you can see here this was sent to the backend and the room is actually created. If I see here, there are no errors, and you can see that it was automatically or correctly posted to this. So if I go to the admin page, refresh, go to rooms, then I actually have a room here from ASDF. You can see here there are many messages in the database now. These are just testing things from me from previously. And the UUID, which you can see in there. Okay, and this was the URL the user was on, and similar. It's closed because the user has refreshed. Or it has not connected correctly, sorry. Anyways, now that that is done, we have the name and everything for the chat. The room is created in the database. So after this is finished, we can connect with the chat socket. And to be able to do something when this is finished, we need to make this as an asynchronous function. So async, and here I say await before we call fetch. Then below here we can say chat socket equals new web socket, and then pass in WS instead of HTTP, and then we use a variable in here, window.location.host, because here we just want to get the beginning part 127.8002. We don't want if you are on the sub page and similar. /ws/chat/ and then we want one more variable in here, and that is the chat room UUID, and / at the end, and close this with the backtick. See here now that I have two curly braces because one of them was supposed to be there, one was supposed to be there, and then I can remove them like that. And now this looks okay. Then below here we want the function for when we are getting a message from the backend. So chat socket dot on message equals function. Pass in the event there. And then we can say console.log on message. And when this closes, we just want to say something to the console. Chat socket dot on close equals function e console.log on close. Chat socket was closed. And we can also have a chat socket dot on open equals function console.log on open. Chat socket was opened, like that. So now I should be able to go back here, refresh, create a new room. Okay, there was something that failed. No path found for WS chat, and then this. So why was that not found? Let me go back and check. So what did we have in the routing.py? We just had WS, and we did not have a chat there. So let me just add the chat, or I can go back here and remove it from there. That's probably as easy. One more test. Create one more. chat token was open. And if I go here now, it says handshaking to check that everything is okay, and then connect. If I now refresh, you can see here that it was disconnected. Perfect. That means that now it's possible to connect from the front end to the back end using web sockets. Next step then will be to make it possible to send a message from the front end to the back end, and we will also want to make it possible to store them in the database. So now first I want to create a function for sending and receiving information in the consumer. So close everything here and open up the consumer.py, because here I want to receive information from the front end and then send it out to the room again. So below here I can say async def receive self and text data, and this text data contains all of the information about the message, the name, if it's an agent and similar. So just like we have comments here, I can have one comment here as well. Receive message from web socket front end. And then here I can say text data JSON, so we can convert this information to JSON. JSON.loads text data. And that's just the information we get from the WebSocket from the front end. Then we can get the type from here. Type equals text data JSON type. And this will be, for example, a chat message if it's an update when we start typing and similar. We'll come back to more of this later. And then message equals text data JSON message. Can we copy this one? Create one more for name. This will then be the name of the user or the agent, and then agent. And these values can be empty. For example, the user itself will not have an agent value. And since this is optional, we can do it a little bit different by saying text data JSON.get agent, and then we can default this to empty. And we can say if type equals message, then we know that this is a message. Print receive, then we can print the type here just so they can see that it's actually correct. And if it is a message, then we can say send message to group or room, and then await. So we want to wait for this to finish. Self.channel layer, just like we up here, connect and disconnect it. We can use this to send it. So group send self.room group name, and then a dictionary. And here we want to pass in type chat message, and we want to pass in the message itself, message. We can copy this now, replace here with the name, and the agent, and we also want a few more fields here. I want to have initials for the user, because if we go to the demo, okay, I don't have that running now. Yes, you can see here, this is the initial. I want to load and generate this in the backend based on the name. So we can create this function very soon. Initials, we just pass in the name of the user and created at. Here I want to use a filter from Django called time since, where we pass in new message dot created at. Okay, so here you can see a lot of things going wrong. Let's begin by fixing this initials. So we can create this function. So I actually want to create a template tag for this, because we're going to use this in the front end as well. So it will require a little bit of code, but there's nothing we can't handle. So inside here, you create a new folder called template tags, and to make this a function or a package, or at least to make Django pretend it is, we create an empty file called init.py and one more file called chatextras.py. And then in here we need to import a couple of things from Django. From Django import template, and then we set up something called register template.library, so we can make it possible to actually register template tags. And to register it, we say at register.filter, the name should be initials. So now in the front end, because we could, for example, use this as name and then initials. Now we will get the initials in return. And then def initials value. So then value will be the name for the user we want to get the initials for. And then I create a new string, initials equals just an empty string. And then I loop through the name inside the value. So for example, my name is Stein Ove, then it will be Stein and Ove in this here because we split it on the space. And then we check if that is a name, the value that we get, and the length of this string is lower than 3, then we continue because we don't want the initial string to be longer than 2 characters. And if it goes in here, it just append the first letter of the name, uppercase it to this string. And we can just say return initials and save. So now that this is done, we can import and use this function here as well. So from .template tags .chatExtras import initials. So now this error should be gone, at least if I spell it correctly, initials. Great. So then we can handle this one, time since. This is also one thing we can just import from Django. So below this import we can say from django.utils.timesince import timesince. And this will give us, for example, when it was posted 10 minutes ago, it will say 10 minutes ago instead of the actual timestamp. So if I save now, this is also gone. So then you can see we get one more error here. So this is actually the message that we should store in the database. We can fix that in the next part. So right now we can just return an empty string and comment out this. So let's just save this for now, so that this is done at least. Then we want to create one more function before we can test this. So here we say async def chat message, and the name of this function is the same that we have in there. Self event, and this event contains all of this information. So then in here we can say send message to the web socket front end. So we get it up here, and then we send it to this function, which then handles the sending to the actual front end. So here we can say await self.send. Send is a built-in function to this async WebSocket consumer class. And then in here we say text data equals json.dumps, so we convert everything into JSON. We can send in the type, which should be inside event type, which then will be this value. Then we can say message. This is also something we want to send to the front end. Event message. Let's just copy this and replace with name, agent, and then the initials, and last but not least, created at. This will now be empty since it's set to be empty there. So if we save now, go to the to-do list, then I can set this first task to done, because now we have handled receiving the message and also sending it. So then we just need to do some changes in the front end to make it possible to send the message itself. So let's open up the main.js file. So we have a function in here called onMessage, and this is when we get messages from the backend. Let's handle sending first. So we don't have a function for that yet. So we need to add a event listener to this button here. And we have that button in this element. So we can just copy that name, scroll to the bottom and say chat submit element dot on click equals function e dot prevent default. So we can just fix that it doesn't refresh and similar. Return false. And inside here, I just want to call a function called send message. And nothing more there. So let's scroll up, and this message function can be here, actually wherever you want, but I want this regular function up here, and then we can have async function at the bottom here. So function send message. And then here is a chat socket dot send JSON dot stringify. So now we stringify the data we want to send to the backend. Message, type should be a message, and this type here is what we are checking for in the consumer up here if the type is chat message. So go back here again, and we also want to send the message, which should be inside the chat input element dot value, and we want to set the name as well, which is in the chat name variable. And this variable here was set down here, so you don't have to get it from the DOM one more time. And this will be updated all the time, so we need to get it whenever we send a message. And when this is done, we can say chat input element dot value equals empty, so that we empty the submission form. So we can test this now. Go back, refresh, join a room, WebSocket open, try to send something. The socket was closed, so there is something wrong. Initials was empty. Yes, we are not sending the initials to the backend there. Event, I think I just had a typo. Initials correct, so I have the typo there. Oh darn, let's try again. Type name, send a message, send on message. Everything here should be okay. Receive message. So yes, it looks like everything there was working. Perfect. So based on the to-do list, we still need to work on this because we need to get the message and show it in the chat bubble as well. So as you saw in the browser here, it says on message because we get the message back from the backend once we have sent it. So down here, I want to call a function on chat message, and there we pass in, and the way we call this, and in here I want to call a function called on chat message, where we call json.parse, and then we get the data from the event here, and this is something we get from the backend. So then we just need to create this function. We can have this below the send message, function on message. Here we get a variable called data, console.log on chat message. Now we can see the content of this data. And then if data.type equals chat message, which is what we set inside the consumer there, then we can go into this if condition. If data.agent, that means that it's one of the agent that has sent this message. Else, that means that I sent this, and when I send it, I want it element to be on the right side of the box. So here I say chat log element dot inner HTML plus equals, and then div, and then I can use the backticks here as well. And then I can just print the message quickly to see that it is working. Data.message. So let's try this. Refresh. Hopefully the message should appear here now. Yes, nice. But just like in the demo, I want the blue bubble on the right side here. Okay, so let me change this here a little bit. First, I want a div with the class of flex, so that I can have the bubble on one side and the text message on the other. The width of this element should be take up the whole screen, or the whole element. I want the margin top to be 2, so I have some space between the different bubbles. Space x-3, so I have some space between the bubble and the avatar. And I want the max width of this to be this size as well. So medium is the max size, so it doesn't fill out the whole box. And then created one more div here, this one, div class flex shrink, so it doesn't grow, and it's at a static height of 10 and width 10, rounded full, background 300, text center and padding top 2. That means that this is now the little rounded box for the initials. And then in here I can just add data.initials. I can then close the div for this little rounded bubble. And then when this is closed, I can create one empty div, and then one more div for the chat bubble. So this should maybe actually be blue 300, add some padding, rounded on the left side and rounded on the bottom right side. And in there I want the one paragraph element with the text SM, and then we can print out data.message in there. Then I can close the paragraph and I can close the div, and this div is then this div with the blue bubble. Below this bubble I want one more span for telling me when this message was sent. So I set the text to be extra small, set the text to be gray and leading none, so that there are very dense text. And then I print out when it was created and just add a go at the end there. So then I can close the span, I can close the empty div that I created and the outer bubble div. So let's save this now and try it out. Connect, fill in the name, send the message. It did not work very good. Let me try to hard refresh. No, not working that either. So I have the message from the user. I have the created at, but the moment or time is missing. Yes, that's because it is missing in the consumer as well. I set this to be empty, so don't mind this. But the initial part, why doesn't that work? So none of the classes here are added. Div class PG blue 300. All of these should be working. Chat. Okay, I think maybe the Tailwind did this. Let me try to add one more subfolder here and see if that make it work. Restart, refresh. No. So what is wrong with this one? So H10. and the bubble isn't there. Okay, I know why this is not working. It is because these clauses are not in this HTML, it's not in a Python file, it's in this file. So I need to add this JavaScript file as well to this content generator. So ./static/js and all files that is named anything and ends with js. So then it should hopefully work. Name, send message, yes, perfect. So now we have the initial bubble and the bubble itself. But you can see that I have mixed up something here because I want my messages to be on this side. Okay, so I need to fix that the avatar or the initials is on this side and also move it to the other side. So let's do that. If I just go back to the, not the chat bubble, but it's inside here somewhere. If I move this and clean it up a little bit. Maybe it's easier to see what I have done wrong then. Like that. So now I have this on the left side. This should be on the right side or below the bubble there. Now also think that this should have a few other clauses. Think that if I add margin left to be auto and justify myself to the end, that it should work. I can try to refresh, set the name, send a message, and then I have the bubble there. The bubble is correctly on the right side. Perfect. And then the other users or the agent should be on the left side there. So let's set up the HTML for that as well. I can actually first just copy this, paste it, and then I can remove these clauses so it will not be moved to the right side. Then I move this to be above the messages here, and this can be gray because I only want my own bubbles to be blue. So that means that if I go here now, I can set this to done, and then we can just handle this, saving this in the database. This is done in the consumers.py, and then we will be able to fix this as well. So at the bottom we can use this here that we imported previously. So we can now say at sync to async because it's going from an asynchronous function to a synchronous function. Def create message, pass in self, who sent this, which is sent by, the message and agent. And then here we say message equals message.objects.create. So we need to import this. So from .models import message. Scroll down again. And I want to create this. We can set the body to be message and sent by is sent by. Now we can check that if this message is sent by an agent or a user, and do that by saying if agent, which means that the field was filled out, which means that it was sent by an admin. So if admin, then message dot created by equals user.objects.get, where primary key equals agent, and this is where we will send in the ID for the user. You can also see that I get a new warning here, so we need to import this from account.models import user, and then we need to save this by saying message.save, and then we can say self.room.messages equals self.room.messages.add message, return message. So then this message will be returned to this function. We need to be able to set the room as well, and that is something I need to do up here. Just 2 seconds. Right up here where we checked if it was a message type, then we can say new message equals self.create message, and we can pass in the name of the client or the agent, the message we want to store, and if it is an agent or not. But before we continue down to this, we need to make sure that this is finished, so we can set this to be await, and then we can comment out this so that we actually get the correct time since value. Then I just need to make sure that we have this somewhere, and this should actually be set up here in the connect. So before we add this, we can call a function called self.getRoom. Then we just need to get the room that was created in views.py down here. So scroll to the bottom. And one more time we need to use this because you need to talk to the database. We can just say def get room self, and then we set the value self.room equals room.object.get UUID equals self.room name, and the self.room name is set up here, which comes from the URL. Then I just need to handle this warning by adding a room to the list of models that we import. So now I think everything there should be okay. We can try to refresh. Stein, join chat, test message, send. Okay, so it looks like it was sent. I get it back here. It was created 0 minutes ago. So if I then go to Safari where I have the backend, then I should be able to go to rooms to see the room that I created. Sorry, this is actually not the correct front end. This is the front end for the demo. So I need to log into this one. I don't remember if I created a super user or not. admin@jotte.com, admin Jotte, and then run the server again so that I can log in with this user. And then the password I just created. Okay, so I can't even see the rooms here. So let's fix that by going to admin.py in the chat. From .models import room and message. admin.site.register room. admin.site.register message. And save. So if I now go back and refresh, the rooms are here. This is the one I just created, and inside messages I have the message test message. Perfect. So then I can go to the to-do list, set this to done, and this to done. And now we have the possibility to send messages, and the messages will be stored in the database, which will mean that when we go to the admin interface, we will be able to see them there as well. Okay, so now I want to start working on the chat administration. This is the pages where the administrator or the manager can add agents, and where the rooms will be listed out, where you can go in and talk to users and similar. So first I want to create a basic page for listing out the rooms. So I want to have this in the views.py inside the chat app as well. So let me just close all of this so I just have this. So then here I can create the view for this. So I definitely want the user to be logged in when they're going to this page. So I'm going to use the login decorator from Django. So from django.contrib.auth.decorators import login required. Then I can scroll down, say at login required, and then create the view. So def admin, pass in the request parameter. So here I want to get all of the rooms from the database. So rooms equals room.objects.all. And I also want to get all of the users that are in this project. So users equals user.objects.filter is staff equals true. And I say is staff equals true in case you have other types of users and similar. So get a little warning here. So I need to import this model from account.models import user. And then I can return and render this. Return, oops. Then render, pass in the request parameter, and then we set the template name. And the template name can just be chat/admin.html. And then I want to pass in the rooms here. So this will be available. Rooms and users. So then you can see I get the warning here. So I need to import this again from Django.shortcuts import render. So then the warning is gone. Nice. Then I can import this to the URLs. So that is done. Path. And then this can be chat-admin/ and the view I want to use is views.admin, and we can give this name of admin. So then this will be available under chat:admin. So now I can add a link up in the menu for this before I create the template. So if I just open up the base.html, then I can first check here if the current user is authenticated. If request.user.is authenticated, then I want to show a button appear. So then I can say href, use the URL function chat:admin. Close that one. We need some classes on this. First we can set this to be an inline block since this is a link. py4 and px-6. So in the demo, I think I have it. Yes, you can see the button here. So we need a background, which is a little bit darker. So bg rows 800, set the text to be white, and we want rounded corners. Now we can just say chat-admin as the label. So if I save now, go to the real page, refresh, you won't see anything there because I'm not logged in here. But if I go here to the front page, this is the one we are working on now, then you can see here chat-admin, and now we get this template does not exist. But that is okay because we haven't created this yet. So that will be the next step. So inside this folder here, oops, not in the partials, but in the chat folder, we can create a new file called admin.html. So I want this to extend the base template, of course. So extends core/base.html. Oops. And then we want to block content. We can close this as well and block. And then in here we can begin by adding a title, h1 class text -to Excel chat admin. We can close the h1 and we can save this so we can go and test. So if I refresh now, you'll see that I get the title appear, and now I'm logged in. Nice. So then at the top here, I want to list out the users. So then we can use the built-in permissions for Django to check if the user is allowed to add users. To do that, we can say if perms.user.add user, and if can add users. So let's try this. Refresh. Now I was logged out. Okay. Okay, so now you can see here that I'm logged in, and this says that I can add users. So let me go to the admin interface to check this. So inside the users, I have this admin at Yatte. And I can see down here that none of these are actually set to be able to do this, but since I'm a super user, I'm actually allowed to do anything that is in here. So what we could also do here now is to create a new group for managers, and the managers should be able to create users similar, and I also want them to be able to do anything with the chat room and the chat messages. Actually, I think yes, everything of this has to be over there. Now we can save and add another one, and I want one more group for the agents. And an agent should not be able to do any of these four, but an agent should be able to do all of this. At least view a room, maybe not delete and similar. So let's just add this for now, and we will come back to this later. Save, and if I now go into my user, then I want this to be a manager. So save. Okay, so if I go back here now, you can still see that I can do this, and that's because I'm a super user. So I will come back to more permission stuff later. Right now I just want to add a button here. So right now I just want to add a div here. Div class empty -8, so I get some space up to the title. And then h2 class margin bottom 4, and text should be LG. The title here can be users. And then below here, I can have a button for adding user, ahref. This can just be empty for now, since we don't have that page yet. Add the inline block, since this is an inline element. Padding in the y direction should be 2, and in x direction, px6. And then we can set the background to be bg rows 600. Text to be white, and the corners should be rounded -XL. The title in here can be add user. Can test that this is working by going back, refresh. Now we have the title and this button. Nice. And then below here, I just want to list out all of the users in our system. So we add a new div, class empty -6, so we get some space up to this one. And then we can just say for user in users. And for. And then I want to create a grid for each of the user. Div class grid. Grid calls for, and gap is 4, so the space between these columns. And a little bit of spacing there. Padding or py2, and we want to use a tag from Django called cycle bg gray 100 and empty on the other cycle. And what this cycle here does is that on the first iteration of this loop here, it will add this class, and on the second it will add this, which is empty now, but it could for example say bg blue 200. So that it cycles between these two. You can even add more classes here if you want to do that. But that's how you can create a zebra stripe for a table. Then we can begin with the name, p class, px2. Then in here we can show the name for the user, user.name. Then next to this we can print the email, user.email. Close it, of course. One more. User.getRole display. And what this get role display is, that if you look at the model for this, you can see that the role will either be agent or manager. But since we are using get role display, we get the display variant of this, which is one of these two. Then add one more for editing the user. So here we can say edit. So in here I want the link href. It can just be empty for now, but I want a class on this, which is just underlined to make it easier to understand that you can actually click this. Edit. Each of these 3 paragraphs should also have a class px-2, and this one I want to have a text write on as well. So let's save and test this now. Oops. Okay, I have one. Yes, I forgot to add this one because I removed it when I tried to explain how it was working. Refresh, and you can see we have a gray one. Nice. So now we have the cycle for the users. We will come back to adding more later. If you want, you can go to the backend here and add one. Testing, let this be an agent. Here you can add specific user permission just for this user if you want to do that as well. Agent at get.com. Agent testing. Agent is active, is staff, and yes, let's save, refresh, no, not the correct page, refresh, and we can say this is now white. Nice. Okay, and then below here I want to list out all of the rooms as well. So below this and if here we can create a new grid dev class empty-8, and then between these two I just want to have a HR as well, class my-6, so I have a good separation between this and this, or this and the button above, or the title. And then in here we can loop through the rooms for room in rooms and for, and then I can create a new div for each of the room. Div class p-4, so I have some space inside there, rounded-xl. Then I want to have a different class based on what the status of the room is. So if room.status equals waiting, so now it's waiting for someone to take this here, then we can set the background to bg emerald 100. If the room.status equals active, then it can be yellow. Feel free to change the color for this as you want. bg yellow 100. Else, so when it's not available anymore, then we can say bg gray 100 and 4. So then I can close that div and then just type something to test this. Okay, so could not parse the remainder of active. Forgot one tick. Invalid black. Okay. Sorry. And if, not and for. And this should probably be removed like that. So now it should work. So now I have a few rooms down here. I don't want to fill out the whole screen for this, of course, so I need to add a grid around this. So here I can say div class grid calls 4 and gap 4. And then we close this, save, refresh, and now they're listed out much better. Maybe we should even have a title above here. So above the grid we can say h2 class mb-4 text LG and rooms. Nice. Okay, as you can see, many of these are waiting, and that is because we have not handled what happens when the user goes out of a chat and similar. So we can consider this as deleted later. Anyways, let's continue with the content for this. In here, I want h3 class mb-4 text LG, and the title can be chat. Close h3. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay, so then below here we can have some details about the room. P and then B ID. This is then the UUID. So room.UUID. Let's just save and check that it's working. Yes, we had a chat and then the ID. Nice. And then together with this one, I want to show the name of the user you're talking to. Name, which is room.client, the break line at the end. What the status of this room is. So get status display. Break line, one more. And the last one here is agent. So we want to know who the agent or the owner of this is. So here we can say room.agent.name. And I think this will crash now. Or it will just be empty. But we can use one more tag from Django. If you just add the percentage there and say first off. And what this does is that it checks if this value exists. If not, it will take the value of this string. So you can just say none yet. So if I refresh now, every one of these will say none yet. But as soon as one of the agents goes into this and activates it, this will change to the name of the user, because then this value will be true. And then I want a button for going into the room. href can just be empty for now. But we can add a class to this one, empty-4 inline block. And we want some spacing, py2, px6, bg, rows 600, or actually emerald 800 was what I had planned here. Set the text to be white and rounded -XL. Then we can just say join. So let's save this now, go back and refresh, and then we now have a join button on all of these. Perfect. So I think that I now can go here and see that this task is now done. And then I want to set the room list in a separate file, because I know that the code inside this list will be reused at least one more place in the admin interface. So what I can do then is to make a copy of this grid div and create a new file inside the partials here. And this can then be room list.html, paste it and save. And then I can just say include chat/partials/room list.html, and then I have it more available and easy to reuse. Perfect. So then I can set this task as well to done. So then the next step will be to make it possible to open a room. So we can begin with the view for this. So if I just go to views.py in the chat app, you can say @login required, and then def room request UUID, because I want to know which specific room the user clicked on. Then we get the room from the database by saying room equals room.objects.get UUID equals UUID, which comes from the URL. Then I can make a copy of this and the template I want to use is room.html, room, and close this. Okay, so let's add this to the URLs as well. You can just add it at the end here and tell, just like we do up here, that we are expecting a string called UUID. And when this is a match, I want to use views.room, and the name for this is room. So let's then make it possible to click the room in the room list, which is this one. So I can use the URL function, chat::room, and then we just pass in room.uuid. So then I will be able to click this, but I will now get a template does not exist yet. So that's okay. That was expected, of course. So if I just close this, open up the admin.html again, I can copy the top here, create a new file, and save this as room.html. Just make sure that it's in chat templates chat. Save. So then here we can print out the room and then the room ID, room.uuid. So it's a little bit easier to keep track of what room you are in. And block. Save, go back and refresh, and then we'll see it here, room, and then the ID. Perfect. So then below here, we can begin by adding an HR, just to separate things as good as possible, and b-6. And since this, no, actually I want space up as well, so ny-6. And then here I can create a div, paragraph, and add the class mb-6. And here I want the details of the room to be written. So we can begin with the name of the user, room.name, break line, and then started, so that we can know when the chat was started, room.created at, pipe this into the filter time since, and then we just add ago at the end there. So this comes from Django, it will always work in the template and similar. Then the status of this chat, room.get status display, break line, oops, and then here at the bottom page, so you know what URL the user is coming from. In case you have, for example, a e-commerce website and similar, then you now know which product the user comes from. So room.url, and then last but not least, oops, I want the agent name to be printed out here. So then we use the first of again, first of room.createdby.name, none yet, like that. So if I now refresh, it will say name empty. So this was supposed to be client. So now I have the name of the one I'm talking to, when the chat was started, what the status is, what the page it comes from, and who the agent is. Okay, let's add a break line HR again, class mb-6, and then down here I want the chat log. So div id chat log class mb-4, so I get some space below down to the form where the user is supposed to write things. P4, so I have padding inside, BG gray 100, want to round the corners, of course, and I want to lock the height at 300 pixels so that it's scrollable, the content where the messages is. Overflow, scroll, and I want it to be a flex box so that I can have the chat bubbles next to each other. Flex column, flex grow, and yes, that was it. Can test that it is working. Yes, here we have this gray area. And then in here we can loop through the messages. And to get the messages, we can just say for message in room.messages.all. Then we close this end for, like that. And then for each of the messages, I want to have a flex container, div class flex w full, so it fills out the whole available place. But we will also have a max width, so max w width is medium of the screen. I also want to have empty too, so there's space between the messages in the vertical direction, and space -x3, so there's space between them horizontally as well. So now this will be one type of the message, but if the message comes from yourself, I want them to be on the right side of the screen. And to do that, we first need to check if it is your message. So if message.createdBy equals, if message.createdBy, then we automatically actually know that it is an agent, because the messages that comes from the users in the front end have a non-value in this. So when you do this check, we can just say margin left auto and justify and like that. And if close that and do it like this. If I just add something in there, refresh, not much will happen there, but we get this margin top and similar. So let's start working on the message. So we can first check if it's not your message. So copy this, paste it. If not, then we know that the bubbles should be on the left side. The initials should be on the left side of the chat bubble. So div class flex, flex shrink -0. The height should be 10, the width should be 10. And then we can say rounded full and bg gray 100, text center and pt2. So this is exactly what we did in the chat bubbles for the front end. And we can say message dot sent by, pipe this in to filter called initials. And how do we get this here now? Well, we need to load the chat extras template tags that we created previously. So load chat extras. This will then load the chat extras function in here, and now we get this filter where we just pipe in the name, and now we get the initials back. So that's how you do it, like this. Okay, so then we can close this and if, and then in the middle, then we can add a div, and then we have the div class. And here I also want to check if it is your message or not. So I can copy this again. So if it is your message, I want the background to be blue. So bg blue 600 text white. And if it's not your message, then we say else. And then we pass in bg gray 300 instead. Close the end if. And then we can close this div, and then in here we just print the message. But I want the text to be small, so I need to add a class here, text sm, and then message.body, close. And then below this bubble itself, I want to print when the message was sent. So span class, text-xs, text gray 500, so we mute it a little bit, leading none. Message.created@, pipe this into the time since filter and say ago. So this is a built-in filter, and this is something we have created ourselves. And then at the bottom here we can show the chat bubble if it is you, then we want on the right side of the screen. So if message.created_by, we have it like this instead. So let's save, refresh, then we actually have a test message here. That should probably be a little bit darker. So let's say 200, better. And then I want some space for this one, which should be in here, P-4 rounded XL. Yes, much better. So this is then a message that we got from the user. So what we then can do is that down here we can show a form if the status of the room is active. So below the chat log, it's important that we do it below this div. Then we can say if room.status equals active, then we know that you are going to chat with the user, and if. And then we can actually just copy a little bit from the front end. So if I open up the chat bubble, then I can copy these two elements here and just paste them in there. And I think that this particular chat is not active. No, it's waiting. So let's change it. If I just find this in the admin interface, it's this one. If we set this to be active and that agent at Yachte is owning this, save, refresh, then we have the chat bubble, chat information here. Then we can do one more thing, and that is inside the view for this. And that is that if the room.status equals room.waiting, then we want to change the status for the room. So room.status equals room.active and room.agent equals request.user. And when this is done, we can say room.save. Now the agent that clicks on this room, which is waiting, will automatically get this and be the owner of that one. So just want to check the tasks here, and now we have made it possible to open a room. Nice. So then we can start working on this, which is to make it possible to connect to the WebSocket and load messages. We are loading messages from the database, but we also want to get messages that are sent from the front end. So then we need to introduce some JavaScript. So inside the room.html at the bottom below end block, we can use the block scripts again, because here we want to pass in some JavaScript and block. Then here we want to check if the status is active, because only then we want to load the JavaScript. We don't need it if not. So let's paste this here. And then in here we can say script src static, and the file we want to load here is js/main admin.js. So this file should be created already, but it is empty. But if I say console.log main admin and save, we can go back and refresh. Okay, we get an error because static isn't a valid block tag, and that is because I need to add static here as well together with this one. So if I save, refresh, open up the console, if I can do that here in Safari. Okay, let me just close Safari, open up Vivaldi instead. Actually haven't used this browser for this user. Okay, so I need to log in. And I think this is going to crash again. Yes, this field is required. That doesn't tell me anything, but inside login.html we have this one, which is the email. but I think that if I change the name to username, let's test to see if that is working. Yes, now that was working, and that is because just how the different forms are talking to each other and similar. So now you can also see that this has the status of active and the agent is agent testing. And if I go into this now, open up the inspector, then you can see in the console main admin, which comes from this file. Nice. But before I start doing anything in this file, I want to do a little change in the room.html again, because we need to pass in some values like the rooms UUID, the username, the user ID and similar into this file. And to get it there, I want to create something called here. And by doing that, I say room.uuid, and I pass this into something called JSON script. And I just call the value room UUID. So we can save this now and go and see what this looks like. So if I refresh, open up the inspector again, scroll down, then you can see here that I now got a new script ID room UU, forgot the D, and then the value of the room there. So now this is very easy to get in the backend, in this file as well. So I need 2 more of these, so we can just copy paste. Room should just be replaced with request.user.name. This is then the agent's name, and request.user.id. This can be replaced with user ID and username. So now these 3 here should be easy to get inside this JavaScript file without printing anything in a weird way and similar. Okay, so let me just remove this one, and then I can add a comment here, variables. And then I want 1 variable for the chat room, which is then the chat room UUID. Const chat room equals document.query selector. And I want the one called room UUID. And if I then go back here, you can see that I get this one and I get the value in there. So first I select the element, and then I just say .text content .replace all, and I want to replace all quotes with nothing. So I can say console.log chat room. So if I refresh now, I see in the console chat room and then the ID. So now I have this available. And just like in the other main.js, I want to set the let chat socket to null, so that I can assign this in a function and make it globally available. Then I can get some of the elements from the HTML, so elements. Let me open up the other file, main.js, and copy a few of them. So I can copy the chat log. This is one I know that I'm going to use. And the input and the submit. So I can copy these 2 as well. So these 3 is now available inside. There, and the chat log. So chat log, yes, chat log, correct. Nice. Then I can set up the WebSocket. So below here, create one more comment, WebSocket, and then I can just say chat socket, which refers to this variable, equals new WebSocket. WebSocket in one word like that. And then the URL I want to use is, like that, the same as in the front end, ws://. And then we pass in the URL for the browser, or the website window.location.host, and I use .host because I only want this little part here and not the rest here. And then we add the slash at the end there, ws slash, and then one more variable, chat room, which is then the ID. So now this will find the consumer, and we will then have the ID just like this. So that is how I can connect to it in the admin place as well. Then I want one event listener for the .on message equals function, pass in the event console.log on message, and I want one as well for on open, so I can just copy this on open console.log on open, and last but not least the on close. And then in here as a console.log chat socket closed unexpectedly, like that. So hopefully if I now refresh, I get the on open, and if I go to the terminal, you can see the handshaking and the connect. So now I can connect as well and load messages. Okay, that should actually just be a separate task, so I can do that. Receive and show real-time messages. Okay, so that will then be the next step, so I can set this to done. So now I want to make it possible to receive messages. So I think that a little part of that is already. If I go to the front end, create a new one, hello, which is now the name hello, hi, send. Then if I go to the backend, refresh, I have a new name from hello, join, and now we should both be connected here, test. Okay, now I have to fix this, but let me try to say one more message. And if I go here, you can see that I got the on message. So then I just need to show the message here. After that, I will make it possible to send the message as well. Okay, so I know that I sort of can receive messages here now. I just need to show them just like we do here. So in the front end, sorry, when I say front end, I just mean this one. Then I have the on message. As you can see here, based on who sent the message, we select one of these two HTML to pass in. So I can actually just copy this on chat message function and paste it here. Just want to create one more comment here, functions, like that, and then we use it inside the on message to show how I did it here, like that. Save. So that was actually everything I needed to do there, I think. Let me try again. Create a new chat here. Send message. Go to here. Chat admin. There is now a new chat. Go into it. And then I can try to send a message. So now it appeared there, but it appeared like I was the one who sent it, which is not correct. If data.agent, that means that this, okay, if I just say if not data.agent, so that means that it should work there, but yes, okay, so now I think that should work. If I just said if it's not the data agent, then it's on the left side. But before I test that, I can set this one to done and just go straight to this one to make it possible to send messages. So it's a little bit easier to test the other one as well. Okay, so then I want to fix the send functionality. So if I go to main.js, I can copy this function here as well, the send message. Go back here again and copy it inside the function list there. So the value should be type message. The message is chat input element, which you get up here. The name should be the one that we created here. So we need to get that. So to get it, as a document dot query selector hashtag user underscore name, which then will select this field there. Dot text content dot replace all. So we just replace all quotes again with an empty string. And then I want to get the ID as well. Agent user underscore ID, like that. And then agent will have the user ID value. Okay, so then I just need to copy a last thing here, and that is the event listener, the submit here. So I can copy this, go back here again, create a new comment, event listeners, paste it. So when we click this, we call the function send message, which will handle the sending to the backend. Let's test this. So refresh, then I'm still in this here one, because it's not closed on the front end here. So hello, send. So then it appeared here. There, received the message. Nice. And if I go here, you can see that I got a bubble there. And this then comes from the agent. AJ is then the username I selected, which was agent Jatte. And that means that now they can talk to each other. If I send this again, then we can see that it appeared on the left side. Perfect. So now the users can talk to each other. Nice. Send. So as you can see here, it's a little bit annoying that it's not automatically sent to the bottom, but that's one of the upcoming tasks somewhere here. So that means that I'm going to set this to done, because it's done, and now the chat administration is done. Well, not all of the chat administration. I'm going to work with users and a little bit more with permissions and similar as well. So then we can continue to the next task. By the way, if you want to learn even more Django or Vue from me, you should check out my website codewithstein.com. The site has many premium courses and a lot of awesome blog posts. And for as little as $20 per month, you will get access to all of my content, and you will be able to track your progress, you can talk to me and similar. So go to codewithstein.com after the video and sign up. Okay, so then I want to make it possible to send messages by hitting enter on the keyboard. So that should be very easy. Just add one more event listener here. So if I just find the code for this, I can begin with the main admin.js, and then down here below this I can just say chat input element dot on key up equals function, pass in the event just so that you have it, because we need to check that if e.key code equals 13, which is the integer number for the enter key, then we can just say send message. So then we just call the same message as we do when we click this. Okay, so if I now copy this, go into main.js, paste it at the bottom there, then I can save, go back to the front end, refresh this, go into this, type a name, type a message, click enter, and then the message is automatically sent. Perfect. So that was very quick. Let me just check that it's working in the back end. Here's the chat room. There's the messages. Hello. Hit enter. That did not work. Okay, there are no errors. Let me try to refresh one more time. Yes, now it was working. So probably the JS file was just not reloaded. So that means that now I can set this to done. Next step then is to make sure that we are scrolled to the bottom of the conversation when we receive a message and send one, but also when an admin is entering a chat. So the first thing I want to do then is to create a function for this. So inside the main.js, if I find the comment where we have the functions, then we can add this at the top. We can just say function scroll to bottom. Remember the parentheses. And then we can say chat log element, which is the element, this gray screen here, dot scroll top. So then we set how many pixels from the top we should be, and that should just be chat log element dot scroll height. So then we get this from the browser, and then we need to call this when we get a message. So at the bottom of the function on chat message, we can add it here. Then we can just say scroll to bottom. But I also want to have this whenever we join a chat. It should not be necessary for the front end, but we can have it anyway. So at the bottom here we have it. So if I now save, go and refresh, start a new, just scroll as the name, join, and then we can add a few messages. And then you can see that every time I send a message, I'm automatically sent to the bottom. So if I scroll up, send a message, I'm scrolled to the bottom again. Nice. So then I can copy this scroll functionality to the admin. So copy this, go to main admin, find the functions list, and paste it at the top here. And then we want to call this at the bottom of on-chat message here as well, like that, but also at the bottom of on-open. So if I now go to Vivaldi, where I have the backend, do a hard refresh, then you can see there's actually scroll to the bottom, but I can try a new one. So go into this, and you can see as I was at the bottom. If I type a message, hit enter, I'm also scrolled to the bottom. Nice. So that means that now I can set this task as well to done. So then we can go to the next task, which is to make sure that the URL is passed in when we are joining a chat. So let me just close everything, open up the models.py for the chat. Then you can see here that we have a field for the URL, so that's taken care of. Inside the views, I think this is where we create a room. Then we actually pass in the URL there. So this task should actually maybe already work. Yes, I have the URL here. So why do I have this as a separate task? I have already done this. Okay, yes, then I can just set this as done. So then we can start working a little bit on the user management for the administrators and similar. So then at the top of the back end in chat admin, we have the users here. So this is already done. But now I want to make it possible for managers to create agents. So this should be activated and have a separate page. So if I now just close everything here, I want to check inside the account here, where the forms.py, where we already have created this. So here we have a simple user form where we set the model to use, which fields we want the user to fill out, and then we had added some widgets here so that we can control the classes for the input fields. So we add a full, so it fills out with vertical padding, horizontal padding, set the corner to be rounded, and we want a gray border on the text inputs. So now I want to use this. And I want this page to be located in the chat as well, because I want most of the functionality to be located in this chat app. So if I open up the views.py inside the chat app, we can create the view there. So at the bottom here, we can say @login required, because we want the user to be logged in to do this. Def add user, pass in the request parameter. And then first we can just initialize an empty instance of the form by saying form equals add user form, and don't pass in anything. So then you can see that I get a warning, so I need to import this. So from account.forms import add user form. I think there is one more, I can just import it, so I don't need to do it afterwards. So then I have that, and then I can just return render request, pass in chat / add user.html. And then to make the form available, this dictionary, we pass in one key with this value and save. So let's also add this to the URLs. So that's done. Then I can add it above this. Since this here is dynamic, we want hard-coded URLs to be above this. So path chat admin / add -user, views.add user, name can also be add _user, and save. So then I can open up the admin.html and activate this button. So URL chat : add _user, save. So this now should work, and if I click it, I sent here, and you can just see that I get the template does not exist yet. So let's fix that. So inside this chat folder here, create a new file, add _user.html. And just like all the other pages, let me just copy the top there, paste it, replace the title with add user. You can say and block as well. So if I now refresh, we will see this add user page. Perfect. Next step then is to just show the form below here and add a button. So adding the form is very easy. We just start with the HTML tag for this. Form method post, and we can set action to be on the page we are on. Here we need the CSRF token since it's a post request, like that. And then we can render the form very easy by just saying form.asp. And then we create a button below here. I can copy this from the admin.html. If I just copy this class attribute, button, paste it in, add user. So then everything looks like this. Let me go back, refresh, and then we have the form here. Maybe we want some space between these two and these two. So the title can get MB-6 and also the button empty-6. So then I got the margin bottom and the margin top. So that's how this is going to work now. If I submit this form, nothing will happen because we haven't handled this in the backend here. So the first thing we can do on top here is to check if the user has the permission to actually add users. And to do that, we can use if request.user.hasperm user.addUser. So now this just takes the user model and checks that the user has access to this permission on this model. Now we move this in one, and then in here we need to check if the user has submitted the form by saying if request.method equals post, else we use this pass. So in here we will do some validation and also save the user, but we want to show a message if the user doesn't have this permission. Can do this and move this in there. And then here we can say else, and then messages, which we need to import from Django. That's up here somewhere, from Django.contrib import messages. Okay, this needs to go to the top, so I have everything alphabetically. And then it was a lowercase m, of course. Dot error, pass in the request parameter and say you don't backslash like that have access to add users. And then we just redirect this user back to the admin interface. So return redirect /chat-admin. Then I get a new warning here because this isn't defined. So we can import this, which is a shortcut coming from Django.shortcuts, import, render, and redirect. So then that is taken care of. And this will now be added to the session. And if you go to base.html, we have already handled here how this is presented. So here we just check if there are messages. Then we show a red box, and then we print each of the messages by looping through them. And when we have shown them one time on the screen, they will just be gone. Okay, so let's create a new instance of the form. Form equals add user form and pass in request.post. So then we get the information from this form. Then we can check if it's valid. If form.isValid, and instead of actually saving the user now, we need to create an instance of a user and not send it to the database. And we do that by saying user equals form.save and pass in commit equals false. So now this is a user object, but it doesn't exist in the database yet. And the reason why I want to do that is because when we are adding a user here, it needs to have a permission called isStaff. So user.isStaff equals true. And this makes it possible for the user to actually log into the admin interface and similar. Plus, I need to set the password that we get from here, because we are just filling in this as a hard-coded text, and then we convert it and make sure that it's scripted in the database. So user.setPassword, and then request.post.get password, which comes from that form. And then we can call user.save. And when we now say user.save, it's saved to the database. Plus, if the user is a manager, we need to test this and actually add it to the group of managers. So if the user.role, which also comes from the form, as you can see here, is manager, then we say group equals group.objects.get. So we get this from the database based on this name, and just say group.user-set _set.add, and then pass in this user. Now you can see here that I get a warning, so we need to import this from Django. From Django.contrib.auth.models import group. And now we also need to make sure that in the backend we actually have this group here. So if I log into the admin interface, see authentication and authorization inside groups, we have the managers here. Then you can also see the permissions that the users in this group has. Nice. So now that is taken care of, we can show a message to the user. Messages.success request. The user was added. Then we can redirect the user to the admin interface again, just like down there. Save. So let's try to refresh here now, try to create a user. So agent7@eatter.com. agent7 role agent. Password can just be something random password. Add user. Okay, the user was added. Then we have agent7 there. If I go to users here now, you also find agent7@eatter.com. I haven't added him to the agent group because it's not really necessary if you don't want to. In that case, you need to just do the same thing as you did here. You can see that we have the is stuff is true, so he can log in, but none of these here are added. So I think everything now is okay with this user. And as you can see here, this is what the password looks like in the database. So it's not clear text stored there. Okay, so now that we can add users, I can set this to done. And then the next step is to make it possible to see the detail view of a user with all of the rooms connected to this user. So if I now just go back here, then I can add this view above this or below, it doesn't matter. At login required, we need that. Def user detail request, and then the PK, which is the primary key or the ID for the user. Actually, when I think about it, if I open up the models for the account, we use the UUID field here. So let's just rename this to UUID. And then we get the user from the database by saying user equals user.objects.get, where primary key is UUID. And then we can just say return, render, pass in the request parameter, the template, chat view or user detail.html, and the dictionary where we pass in the user. If you want to clean this up a little bit, you can move this straight down there and just have it like this. It depends on what you want to achieve here. This is less code, but if you have the user object there, you can do other things with it as well. So let's create a urls.py file for this. You can say path chat-admin/users/string or UUID, since this is actually a correct UUID in comparison to this, which is a short random string, and we call this UUID. And then this UUID is the name that we have here. And the view we want to use is views.userdetail name user detail, and save. So let's activate the link for this. So down on the name here, we can say href url chat:/user detail, pass in user.pk, which will give us the UUID for this user, and save. So if I now go to the backend, find this administration here, then I should be able to click these. Let's try admin Jatte. Now we get the template does not exist. That's okay, since we haven't created this. Let's do that now. Can begin by just copying the top here, create a new file and say view user. Save this as user detail.html, user detail, or yes, that's correct. That's what I call everything there, user detail. And then we can say user.name here, just so that we see that we are on the correct user, and similar. Close this and block. Save. See if I refresh now, see user detail and then the name. You can actually show the name instead of saying user detail there. And then down here, I want to have a list of all of the rooms that this user is connected to. So here I can, for example, copy these lines here, these 6 lines here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oops. Paste it there. So then we have the rooms and like that. If I save now, go back, refresh, there are no rooms connected to this user. That's not correct. We just need to get the rooms up here. Okay, I can move the user up here again. User equals like this. Rooms equals user.rooms.all. I think this was the way to do this. Let me open up models.py in the chat app. So rooms is the related name that we can use to do this reverse there. Okay, so then we just need to pass in user again here and the rooms. So rooms. If I now go back and refresh, we have a list of rooms that the agent is set to the same person as we are on. If I go to agent 7, there are no rooms. But at least we now have the detail page for a user. Then we want to make it possible for managers to edit agents. And if I go to the admin.html, you can see that we have this here. We have already checked up here if the user can add user, but we can have this check around this edit button as well to see if we can edit user. Okay, so then we can create a view for this. As you can see up here, we have imported this form. So then I want to make a copy of these lines because we need the user detail information. Let's rename the view to edit user. And then we can check here also if we can edit a user. Edit user. And only if that is okay, we go in here. If not, we can say else, and then here we do the same thing as down here. Show a message to the user and redirect him to the front page. You don't have access to edit users. Okay, so let's create a form. Form equals edit user form and pass in instance equals user. If you don't do that, when we do this, the form will be pre-filled with information for this user. Now we can return and show the template. Return, render, request, pass in the template name, which is chat/edit_user.html. And here we want to pass in the user if we need anything for the user, and also the form like that. So when that is done, we can add this to the urls.py. Just make a copy of the user detail line and add it at the end there. And instead of saying user detail, we can say edit_user and edit user. Nice. Next step then is to activate this button here. URL chat:/edit_user and pass in user.pk. So just like with all of the other places, I will get the template does not exist yet, but everything else seems like it's working. Nice. And the template will be almost identical to this. So just copy everything here, create a new file, and paste it, and save this as edit_user.html. You can replace the title and the button title with save changes. So if I save now, go back and refresh, we see the edit user form with the information pre-filled here. Perfect. And then if I now go into views.py, we need to handle the form submission, just like we do down here. It's just a little bit different. First, we check if the user has submitted anything by saying if request.method equals post. Else, we just show the form like this. But here we need to say form, edit user form, pass in instance equals user, and say, actually I think request.post comes at the beginning. So we pass in this information and also this one. And since we say instance equals user, Django automatically now knows that we are going to update a user and not create one. So now we can say if form.is valid and form.save. And then we can show a message to the user and redirect. So copy these two lines, paste it in there. The changes was saved. So let's try this one. Changed, save changes. The changes was saved. And you can see here that this was stored in the database as well. Perfect. So let's go to the to-do list again. Make it possible for managers to edit. Maybe we should have a check in the back end as well. So copy this line. No, sorry, already did that, of course. Yes, so check and check. Okay, so now I want to make it possible to delete a room. So here in the room list, I want to have a delete button as well. So that should be easy to fix. If I just copy these lines here, if request.user.has_perm, just to see that we can do this, room.delete room, and this name you can find it in the back end. Where do you have it? Chat room can delete room. Okay, you can't actually see it here, but we pass in the model here, and then the action at the end there, can delete room. So I think that should work now. Request, pass, and then, no, we don't need to pass, sorry. Fix the annotation and say else. And then down here, we have the same messages as down there. You don't have access to edit rooms, and then we just redirect you back to the list of rooms. Then in here we get the room from the database based on the URL we are on. We need to rename this to delete room, and also this, sorry, delete rooms. And then in here we can just say room.delete, and the room is deleted, show a message. Let's copy these two lines again and paste them here. And we can say the room was deleted, redirect you back. Nice. So let's add this to the URLs. So we can add it below this one. Delete views.delete room, and the name is also delete_room. So then we can activate the button for this, or actually create the button. If I find admin.html, sorry, you need to go into room list where the rooms are. So next to this button, create a new one, href, say URL, chat, delete room, room.uuid, like this. And we also want to classes on this. We can copy all of the classes and just replace the green color with rows 800, say delete, save. So if I now go and refresh, we have the delete button there. These should go next to each other if you just have a big enough screen. I have a very small now since I want the font to be big. So now I can try to delete a room. The room was deleted. It seems like this is working. Nice. So then I can clean up a few old rooms. These take up a lot of space here, and I don't need them now. Nice. So now all the rooms and the messages are gone. Nice. So then I can set this task as well to done. When an agent opens a room, I want to set the status to be active and the agent to be the owner. I think I have already done this. Yes, here I check if the status is waiting, then I set it to be active, set the room agent, save and show it. So, done. That was very quick. Okay, so then I want to make it possible to open an old conversation and see the conversation messages. Okay, so let's create a new room. Stein test, that's his name. Hello, this is a message. Hit enter. And then go into it, join, and then this actually isn't working, none yet. Why am I not set as the manager? Hello? But it's correct there. And here you can see, and if I go into this, it still says none yet. Okay, let me just check this out in room.html. Maybe I did something wrong with the first off. Room.agent, not created by. Okay, so if I now refresh, you can see it there. So this is now working, and I'm still a part of this conversation. That's good. And if I go in here now, you can see that this is active. But if I go here now, refresh, the connection should be closed, as you can see there. And if I then refresh, it still says that it's active. So I need to handle what happens when a user quits a chat. So inside the consumers.py, we can do it here on the disconnect. But I don't want this to happen when an admin is leaving the chat, only when the user is leaving a chat. So this needs to be for all users because you want the user to be able to actually leave. And then here we can say if the user doesn't have the staff set to true, which an anonymous user of course won't, then we can set the room status to be, and if the user isn't staff, it's just regular user, then I want to say await self.setRoom closed. So now this is a function that I need to create. So I can have this at the bottom somewhere down here because we need to talk to the database. So at sync to async def set room closed and say pass in self there. And then I can just change the status. And that's very easy since we have the room available like this. I can just say self.room.status equals room. What is the different statuses? Closed, of course. So closed self.room.save. So let's try to create one more room from the front end. Test 2. Send a message. See it here. Join. Now this is working at least. Send. Send. Go here again to the front end. Refresh. Then you can see. Okay. Chat object has no attribute user. Okay. I thought that I set it up here, but I have not done that yet. So I need to do that then before we can test one more time. And we do that by saying self.user equals self.scope user. This would be the same as user equals request.user, but this is how you access the user here in the consumer or in channels. So let's do one more test. Refresh. One more. Third test. Blip. join chat, send a message, go to the back end, refresh, or just go to chat admin, join, and then down here send a message. Okay, so if I now refresh, hopefully it was just a disconnect, and if I now go to chat admin, you can see that the status for this is closed. Nice. See here that this is set to none. But why was that changed? That is weird. Okay, I will come back to that, because now when I go into this, it is actually working already what I wanted to achieve here, and that is that if the room status is active, only then we show this, and if it's active, only then we load this. So that actually means that this task is also done now, but at least we made it possible for the user to log out and change the status for the chat. Okay, so then I just wonder why the room agent was changed. Room.agent, we only change it there. So there is no reason why that should be updated. Let's just test this very quickly again. Refresh, none, join, and now this is the one who has this. If I go to front end, refresh, and then this is again set to none. Okay, so why is that happening? Create message, no. Let me see if these are stored somewhere. So just added 2 comments to test this. So create one more conversation, join chat, send a message, go here, join. So that does not have anything to say there. Send a message. It still says admin Jotte. That's correct. So if I now refresh, we are disconnected, but here it already says that the agent is none. But if I here again say self.room.agent equals self.user, no, that can't be correct, because this is not the logged in user. But why is this reset? Okay, let me try to print up here as well. Print self.room.agent x1, very professional debugging, x2, x4, and x3. Okay, one more test. Join, send a message, find it here, join, and if I refresh now and see here now, none. So why cannot call this? Okay, I can't call it up here now, of course, since this is a database call. Okay, let's just try to print a few other things here. Self.room, and what other fields? Self.client, print self.room.client. Do a quick test again. Refresh, join. Now this user has it. Close the connection, refresh, and it's closed. Okay, so scroll down, then you can see this at least was working, the self.room, and the client is also there, SDF. But why is the agent not working? Okay, I think it is because when the user yes, the reason for this is probably that when the user joins the room up here, this is then stored in the memory. And when this is stored in memory, the agent isn't present in this object. So down here, I think we just need to run this again. So self.getRoom, and then that should be available. So let's one more time. Yes, hopefully should work. Scroll back, go in here, go in there, refresh. Everything looks okay for now. Refresh to close the connection. Looks okay. Go back to the backend, refresh. Nope. Nope. That did not work. Maybe if I call it like this, self.room, print self.room.agent. Okay, now you should work. Go there, join, leave the conversation, refresh, and now finally it was working. So the reason why this didn't work, self.room equals self.getRoom, is probably that we should add this await, but this doesn't work like it should. And I guess that since these two are both in sync to async, we don't wait for this to finish before we run this. So anyways, now it is working. So now I want to inform the user when an agent is joining the chat. So the first thing I can do then is just close everything to keep it as clean as possible and open up the consumers.py. And if I scroll to the top here, where we are going through the connect, below where the connection is accepted, we can say inform user here. And then we can check if we are a staff, just like we do down here, just opposite. If self.user.isStaff, that means that we are a manager or agent. And then here we can say await self.channelLayer.groupSend. Just like when we send messages down here, we send a chat message. We want to do something very similar. So group send, parentheses, self.room group name. So we send it to the group name we are on. One more comma, and then on the next line we create a dictionary and say type users update. So then we need to create a new function called users update. As you see down here, the type is chat message. That's why we have this function. So you can create one more, async def users update, which we get from there. And then we pass in self, comma, event. And then we can have a comma here, send information to the web socket front end. Await self.send text data. Then we just inform what we want to send. And that is just json.dumps in plural, create a dictionary, type, and then again users underscore update. Now this will be sent to the front end, telling the user that the other user has joined. So if I open up main.js, we need to handle this here. So we have this on chat message. This will be triggered because everything we get from the backend is a message. So we have already handled the chat message. And then below here, we can say else if data.type equals users underscore update. And then we know that the admin has joined our conversation. And then it's very easy to just say chat log element dot inner HTML plus equals, create a paragraph with the class empty-2, so I have some space up to the bubbles. The admin/agent has joined the chat. Okay, let's try this. So let's go here, create a new one, testing, join. If I go to the backend now, find it there, click join, then we can see here no errors. And if I go to the front end, we have this message: the admin/agent has joined the chat. Nice. So then we can actually inform the user that there is an active agent handling the chat in the backend. Check. And then I want to inform the user when the agent is writing a message. So we can begin with the backend again for this. So we need one more information or one more function here. So up on this receive, we can check if the type is different. So alif type equals update. So you update the information by that you have started writing, and then send update to the room. And then we call a similar function like this: await self.channelLayer.group send self.room group name. So it's sent out to the whole group that you are on. Type. This can be writing active. So that means that the admin has activated the writing. And then we can pass in a few more things. Think I can copy initials, agent name and message and paste it in like this. That is not entirely correct, sorry. We can pass it in like we do up here. So copy these 4 lines and paste it like that. Sorry about that. And then we need a similar function like this again. So async def writing active. So we get this type as a function. Self event send writing is active to room, and then await self.send text data. Now we tell what we want to send to the front end. JSON.dumps parentheses and create a dictionary, and then in here I can copy these 5 lines and just paste it like this. So we don't need the created at because this will be added and then just deleted when the message is sent. So we can save this. Just go to the terminal to see that there are no errors. Nice. So first I want to handle the admin side of this, that when you start writing or when the input field gets focus, this should be sent to the backend. So down on the event listeners, we can say chat input element dot on focus equals function, pass in the event, and then we can say chat socket dot send JSON dot stringify. So this is very similar to what we do up here when we send this information to the backend. So let's just copy these 4 lines here, scroll down again and paste it at the end. Oops, almost. Create parentheses like that. So this is closed, and that's the function. But we don't want this to be a type message. We want this to be an update, so that when we send this, it will be triggered up here that the type is update, and also the type inside the backend is writing active, which is this function. Okay, the message can just be hard-coded writing active, which makes it easier for us to handle this, and save. So now I think that if I go here now, I can say print is update. Let me just try this from the backend, refresh, type something. So if I now go out there, go in again, you can see is update. Go out, go in, you can see here. So now this is sent to the servers and further out to the front end. So what we need to do then is in the main.js handle that when we get this information, we want to delete old information about this if there are any, like we did now. If the user or the admin clicks in and out and similar, we want to delete the old ones and then insert a new one. So in here on the onChat message, we do one more else if data.type equals writing active. Then we can say if data.agent, and we pass in the agent information here so that we know if the information comes from the agent and not yourself, because if it comes just for yourself, we just ignore it here. Now we can say let tmp info equals document.query selector.tmp info. So now we get an element with this class and assign it to this variable so we can delete it, but we need to check if it exists first. So if this exists, now we can say tmp info.delete, remove. And then we just want to insert this to the front end again. So chat log element dot inner html plus equals. Use the backticks here because we want some variables in here. Then we can say div class tmp info. So now we know that this is the class that we get up here, and remove. Flex w-full because we want to have a similar bubble as we use up here. So actually maybe I should just copy this from tick to tick, scroll down again, and instead of showing a message in there, I can say the agent slash admin is writing a message. And then I can remove this one because we don't need to know when this happened. And remember to add this class again, tmp info, so that this will be found. Okay, time for testing. If I go here now, refresh, start a new one, hello, or Stein test, hello, and then in here, go to the chat admin, join, the admin has joined, and if I click here now, go here again now, the admin is writing a message. Nice. So if I then send this now, this is still there, which is not good, but at least the message was added there. So I need to handle that these are deleted when we get a message as well. So just copy this and scroll up and find the message. So if it's a chat message, we can remove this information as well. So let's just test this very quick. Refresh, create a new one, go back, join, send message. It's joined. If I type there, the admin is writing, send it, and then it's gone and replaced with this message. Perfect. So now we have the possibility to inform the user when an agent is writing a message. Then we want to do the opposite as well. We want to inform the agent when a user is writing a message. So just like we have the onFocus on the bottom of the main admin, copy this, go to main here, paste it. Here we don't have an agent, so just replace this with an empty string. And the name is stored in one of the variables chat name. So paste it like that. And since this is empty, we can try to just remove it and see if it works as we want. So then I can go to admin.py, main admin.js, sorry. And when we get an information for the writing active here, we want to show this. So go here, make a copy of a few lines. So we can copy everything from, yes, just copy these lines from the else if and where we delete this and paste it at the end there. Close the if, close that one. Here we don't want to check, here we want to see that if it's not an agent, which means that it's the front end user, then we get this and delete it. And there we want to copy this information, so we get it on the left side. So copy this, as you see here, if it's not an agent, so we use the same code down there. Oops, I removed the backtick. And just like the other place, add the TMP info here as well. And just like we did in the front end, we want to delete this when it's a chat. So when the front end user sends the chat message, it's deleted. So let's try one more time. Hello, blah. Go here to chat admin, join. No messages. If I type there, you can see writing active. Okay, I need to replace that a little bit, and you can also see I forgot to remove this. So in the main admin, let's scroll down again in the write active. You can see here the user or client is typing. Remove this and save. So let's try again, refresh, create a new conversation, just send a random message, so we have it there. Join, I can see this message, and if I try to click there, you can see the client is typing. Perfect, so that is working. Send it, and then it's gone from there, and the message was replaced with the one I sent. Perfect. So now I can set this to done as well. So now all of the to-dos for the chat application is finished. Okay, so we have now reached the last part of this tutorial. Now we are going to deploy this project to a live server on DigitalOcean. If you want, you can find a link in the description below and click it, and then you will get $100 that you can test DigitalOcean for free for 60 days. And as you can see, the first task here is to set up a server on DigitalOcean. You can use other services as well, as long as you use Ubuntu, like I'm going to do in this series. So if I just find DigitalOcean in the browser, log in, and then you will be presented with a screen like this. In the top here, you can click Create and then find droplets in the list. Here you will first need to select which region you're going to use. I'm just going to use Frankfurt, since that's the closest one to Norway. But usually you want to use the region where most of your users are located, or as close to them as possible. So Frankfurt, and then down here I'm going to select the OS. You can see here Ubuntu is selected and 22.10. I want to change this to 22.04, since this is a LTS version, which stands for long-term support, which means that I will get security patches and similar. And then down here you can see that shared CPU is selected by default, and that's exactly what I want. And I want to select a regular where the disk type is SSD, because I don't need a premium CPU or a better SSD. And then the smallest server has just 512 megabytes of RAM, which can be too small, so I like to go for this one, which costs $6 per month. Then I do not need more storage. And then here you can select how you want to connect to your server. You can either use SSH key or password. So right now I just want to use a password. So then down here you can add metrics, so that DigitalOcean will send you emails if you use too much of the storage, too much RAM, CPU and similar. You can also have very simple backups and manage database if you want to use that. And then you have the hostname. This can just be like it is. Then I know that it is Ubuntu. I have one CPU, 1 gigabyte of RAM. It's in France, and this is the number 1 server. And then just click Create Droplet. A droplet is just another name for a VPS or a virtual private server. Okay, so when this is done, you can see here that now this is active, which means that it should be ready to be used. So let me copy this IP address and go to the terminal. So then I just want to open one more window here and log into it by using SSH root at and then the IP address. Yes, I want to continue, and then I just use the password. Sometimes this can take a few minutes before it's ready the first time, so if it doesn't work, just wait a little bit and try again. So now that this is done, the first thing I want to do is to just go to the to-do list and set this to done, because now we have the server. You can also move this task down to there and do this instead. So update and upgrade and install software. First we can just run a quick update to make sure that all of the information is correct here. So apt update. This will check that all of the mirrors and images has the correct versions and similar, and find out exactly what we need to upgrade. And when this is done, we can run apt upgrade to run the actual upgrade command. And here you can see everything that will be updated on the server. And yes, I want to continue. This will probably take a few minutes. Okay, so now it says there's a new kernel available, and system has to restart to load, so you should consider rebooting. Okay, so let's click enter and hit enter again, and maybe we should restart. I can do that by saying restart or reboot maybe. Yes, so now I was kicked out of the server, so then I just need to wait for it to start again. So just click up a few times, just try to log in, probably soon already. Yes, so now it's restarted. Okay, maybe I should use the correct password. There, so now I'm logged in again. Everything is now updated and upgraded. So now let's install some of the software we're going to need. So we need to run the command apt install python 3 pip to make it possible to use pip to install Django, for example. And python 3 dev, which is a few things that Django needs to run. And then we have 3 packages connected to PostgreSQL, which is the database server we're going to use. Supervisor, which is a software that is going to be running in the background on the server to make sure that GUnicorn, the web server, is running, and Nginx, which is also a web server, which is sort of the phase out. I'm going to explain this more when I start to go through them. So then hit enter. yes, I want to install all of this. Okay, so now that is installed, so then I can go to the to-do list and set this task as well to done. Next step then is to set up PostgreSQL and configure it. So go back again, and now we need to log in to the PostgreSQL server. Still here on this server. And to log in, we say sudo -u to change the user to Postgres, which is the user. And there we will run the command psql, which opens up the command center. So here we want to create a new database by saying create database, and then the name, which in our case can just be Jatte. Hit enter. So now we have a new database that we can use. Next, I also want to create a user. So create user Jatte with password Jatte. You want to change this to a more secure password, of course, but in my case, as this is just a demo, I just use this to make it easier to show you. Next, I need to do some configuration for this role in order to work properly with Django. So we alter the role for the user Jatte, and I set the client encoding to UTF-8, which is the information that will be stored in the database. I want to run one more command, just the same. We change this role or user and set the default transaction isolation to read committed. And I think this is information that Django gets back every time you commit or do anything with the database. The last change of the role is to set the default time zone to UTC. So this is just how time is stored and used in the database. The last command I want to run for the PostgreSQL configuration is grant all privileges on database to this user. So this is the database name and this is the user. And now this means that this user can do anything it wants with this database. For example, read, write, delete, and similar. And then we can just quit this command by running \q and hit enter. So now the database is set up. It's still empty, which we're going to fix when we have moved the file from the local computer to the server. So let's go to the to-do list again, set this task to done. Next step is to create a user and group and a home folder for the project. So we want to separate Ubuntu user for permissions and similar, and I want this user to be a part of a specific group that we're also going to create. So first we can create the home folder, which is webapps/Jatte, so mkdir-p, which will create this whole path. Then we can go into it, webapps-Jatte. If you want more projects on the same server, you can also have them in this web apps folder. So now we have a home for this user and project. We can begin by creating the group by saying sudo group-add in one word -system and then the name of the group, which is also web apps. And this group name can be reused for other projects as well. So now that we have the home folder and we have the group, we can create the user as well. So sudo user-add -system, so we add this to the system. We specify which group to add this user to. We set the default shell for this user to /bin/bash. Set the home folder to webapps/Jatte, and then the user name, which is also Jatte. And this user has nothing to do with the user that we created up here. This is the PostgreSQL user. This is the Ubuntu user. Just so that these are a little bit separated. So now we can set this to done as well. Next step is to do some changes in the settings.py file. I want to create a separate settings.py file for production. So if I just go to Visual Studio Code, then I can copy everything in here, create a new file, paste it, and save it as settingsprod.py. So then you can see that, for example, we have set debug to true. We want to change this to false in production because here we don't want to expose the error messages and similar. Here we just want to show a default 500 error page. We also need to set the allowed hosts. Here I want to pass in yatte.com, which is the domain name I'm going to use for this demo. But we also need the IP address for the server. So if I go back to DigitalOcean, make a copy of this address, go back and paste it there. And by the way, this here is not my own domain. It's just something that I make my computer believe that I have. So I can show you how to do that as well. On Mac, you just say sudo vi etc hosts and then pass in your password. And then here I paste my IP address and just say yatte.com. So every time I now go to this in a browser, I will just be sent to this address. But now this server will also think that I'm on this domain name. On Windows, just search how you change your hosts file on Google and you will find information about that as well there. It's very easy. Okay, so I can close this now so that I just have the server running here. If I go back to Visual Studio Code, I want to do one more thing. I want to add a new constant, secure cross origin underscore opener underscore policy equals none. And this is just because I'm not going to use HTTPS, and that means that I don't get the error in the browser. And that's it for up here. This can just be like it is. The only change is then down here. We need to change the backend to be PostgreSQL. So here we say psychopg2 underscore. I don't think that is correct. Let me try to Google this. Django PostgreSQL backend. So here should be something backend. It's not just PostgreSQL backend. PsychoPG2. Yes, it's this one. The correct setting in Django 3. So at least this is what I use to do, but we can try this and see if it works. So just Django.db backends PostgreSQL. Set up the name, which in my case was Yatte. This is the database name. Then set up a user name, which was also Yatte. This was the PostgreSQL user. Set up the password, which I also set to Yatte. And host, this can be local host because PostgreSQL is running on the same server. And port, this can just be empty. So then we can save this. So if I go here now, I think I can set this to done, because now we have done everything we need. Then we can start moving the project from my computer to the server. You can do this a number of different ways. You can use rsync to send all of the files one on one. You can zip the folder for the project and send it using SCP. You can use FTP or SFTP to send the files. You can send the files to Git and download them again and similar. So I'm just going to make a zip of the folder and send it. So if I go to the project parent folder, create a zip from this, zip -r for making it recursive, yatte.zip, which is the name of the zip I want to create. And the folder I want to create a zip of is Yatte. If you want to, you can just find the folder in the Finder and just right click and create archive or whatever you do in Windows. And then I have it here. So I just need IP address for the server again. Copy this, go back and use SCP. So SCP. And then the file I want to send, it's just yatte.zip. And I want to send it to root at the IP address : dot. So now this will be placed in the home folder for the root user. And then I just pass in the password for the server. Then I can see here that now this is sending. So the project is very small, so it doesn't take very long time, but now it's on the server. And if I now run ls/root, you'll see that in the home folder for the root user, we have a zip folder. Let's move it to this folder by saying mv/root yotte.zip dot to move it to this folder. Now I want to unzip this folder. To do that, I just say unzip yotte.zip, and then I get error because I haven't installed unzip. So I just run apt install unzip. So if I now just click the up arrow a couple of times, I will find this command again, unzip yotte.zip, and then have the folder there as well. So let's remove this rm yotte.zip. I don't need that anymore. So then this is done, but I need one more here. Set up the environment. So just like I have an environment locally here, you can see env, I want the same here. If I just say ls yotte to see what files I have in there, we have this requirements.txt file. And this requirements file contains information about which Django user, Django version I'm using, version of Daphne, channels, and a few other things. So let's install all of this on the server as well. This is very easy now. I just need to create a virtual environment first. So python 3-m venv env. And you can see here again I got one more error because I forgot to install this. So apt install python 3.10-venv. Yes, I want to install this. Okay, so click up arrow again to find this command to create the environment. And then when that is created, I can activate it by saying source env bin activate. Nice. So then I can install the same things that I had locally by saying pip install -r yotte/requirements.txt. So now this will install everything that I have locally on the server so that the environment is identical, which means that it's much more unlikely that things will crash and similar. You can also just go back here and say initialize the database. Okay, so now everything is installed and I can set this to done, and then I need to initialize the database. So if I go into the Django project and say python manage.py migrate -s settings equals yotte.settings prod. So now I specify that I'm using the settings prod.py file inside this, and then maybe this will work. Hit enter. Okay, you can see here now that error loading Psycho PG2 module. And that might be because of this. We can try to install the module and see if it works. So pip install Psycho PG2-binary. So now this will install at least. So now we can try to run the migrate command again. Okay, so password authentication failed for user root. I think that might be because this was maybe just supposed to be user. But instead of fixing it here and sending everything again, I can just fix it directly on the server by saying vi yotte settings prod, and then go down until I find the database information. So it should be down here somewhere. Yes. Instead of saying username, I say user. Then I just hit escape and :WQ to write and quit. And I think since I just used username, Django didn't know what user to use, so it just used the user I'm on here. So let's try the migrate command again. And now the database was set up. Perfect. now we have the database running in PostgreSQL instead of SQLite, which is more suitable for an environment in production. So let's go back again, set this to done. Then I want to set up GUnicorn and something called UVcorn. So these are two sort of web servers that will handle Django and long-time connections like web sockets, which this will take care of, and these will talk to each other. These are just sort of running on server, and then Nginx will be the phase out that will just pass on the traffic to this one. So might sound a little bit weird, but it will make more sense when we start doing this. So first we can install GUnicorn and UVicorn. Maybe it's pronounced some other way, but this is at least GUnicorn. So let's go back here as a pip install GUnicorn. And the other UVicorn is installed a little bit different by saying pip install tick UVicorn, and the version we want to install is called standard. So this is how I do it, at least. So now this will install WebSockets and a few other things that this is taking care of. So it sounds a little bit advanced this here, since we need so much in order for everything of this to run, but if you just try to go through this tutorial a couple of times, it will hopefully make more sense. And if you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the comment below. So now I can go up one folder, and then in here I just want to create a folder for the logs, just so that I have a folder for log files. Anyways, in order for GUnicorn to run, we need a script to activate Django, tell where Django is located, and similar. So to do that, we need to create a new file by saying touch env bin GUnicorn start, and then we can edit it by saying vi env bin GUnicorn start. So first we just want to make sure that this is a bash script, so hash !bin/bash, and then I want to set up a few constants with information about where Django is located and similar. So the name of this project is Yatte. The Django dir where my project is located is webapps/Yatte. This is just a home folder, and then the Django project. This socket file will be created automatically when GUnicorn is running this script. This is the Ubuntu user. This is the Ubuntu group. Number of workers is how many instances the server which should be running on the server at once. 3 is just that you multiply the number of CPUs that you have on the server with 2 and add 1. Since we have 1 CPU, we take 1 CPU, multiply by 2, which is 2, add 1, which gives us 3. And then which settings file to use, which is yatte.settingsprod. And then we want to specify the Django ASGI module to be yatte.asgi, which is the entry point, which just send the user information further in the Django project. And timeout is if we need to wait for something to finish before it can continue. And then we just tell the script to go into the Django directory and activate it by saying source. Oops, here is a little error because it's in source. So you go up one folder into env bin and activate it. Then we export information about the settings file into the default Django thing, and export all of this into the Python path so that it's executable by Django. And then below here we set up the run directory, which is the socket file, Then we test if this exists. If not, it will be created automatically by this script. And then at the end we say execute, and then we go up one folder because we are still in this one. Bin gunicorn, and now we pass in the ASGI module and run the application inside there. And then we just build this up with information from up here. So then we can quit and save this. So let's try to run this. It'll probably give us an error, but before we run it, we need to make this executable. To do that, we say chmod, so change the modification of this to +x, and then the name of the file. So now this should be executable. So now I can say /env bin gunicorn start. Okay, so now this did not work. Let's see if we can find error. The apps aren't loaded yet. That sounds a little bit weird. So it might be because this is not the right user. If we're an ls-lart, you can see that root is owning everything here. And that is not how we want this to be. We want this to be owned by Jatte and the web apps group. So to do that, we say change owner, or chown, -R to make this recursive, Jatte, which is the user, : web apps, which is the group, and dot. So we do this on this folder and all of the children. Let's try to run the script again, and it's still crashing. So I think this might be because I need to add one more sentence to the gunicorn script. So let's try to edit it again. The vi env bin gunicorn start, and then at the end here I need to add information here that we're going to use uvicorn as well. So at the end here I think I can just say -k to provide a worker class, which is uvicorn.workers.uvicorn_worker. Let's try to save and quit this again, and then execute it again. So it started a little bit different, but why isn't this working? Let's try to Google this error here. Django uvicorn. Okay, yes, I think I might need to do some changes to the ASGI file as well. So vi jatte ASGI jatte ASGI to get into the correct folder. Here I first of all need to use settings.prod instead of just .settings. And I think that I also want to move this above everything here. So if I just copy this and delete it by saying dd, scroll above here. So before we start importing things there, we run this, and then also django.setup to start everything. Now we can just import this as it is. So if I save and quit now, we can try to run this again. Still didn't work because Django is not defined. Okay. That's because I forgot to import Django. We need to do that, of course. One more try, and now it is running. So let's just stop this now and continue and see if we can get the rest of this to work as well. So now we have gunicorn running. We just need to tell supervisor that this should be running at all time. So to do that, we need to create a script in the supervisor folder by saying touch etc not environment etc supervisor conf, and then the name, which can be jatte gunicorn.conf. And then we can edit it by using vi again. So here we create a new program called Yatte. The command we want to execute is this one, the folder, and then the script we created. We want to use this Ubuntu user and print the information or the logs to this one, and then just some other types of configuration. So let's save and quit this when you have typed in everything here. By the way, I will add all of these files to the GitHub repository, so you can find it in the description below if you don't want to type it yourself. And now we just need to tell supervisor to start this script for the first time. So supervisor ctl read, just to see that it's available, yes, and then update. So now we can run the status command to see that this is running. Yes, so now Yatte is running and it looks like everything is okay. Nice. Okay, so now that we have this script for running gunicorn, which will also take care of the UVicorn stuff that we need, we can create one more script for running Daphne or channels in the backend or the background. So we need a similar script for that. So touch env bin Daphne start. So now this is in the environment bin folder, not the supervisor folder. So hit enter to create it, and now we can edit it. And then here we do a little bit like we did first. So we make sure that this is a bash script, and then we set up the Django dir equals webapps/yatte, and then the file where the settings is. So Django settings module equals yatte.settings prod. And then we need to go into the Django directory, so cd for change directory to Django dir. And then we export the two variables here like we did in the previous script. So we use these two export commands. And then we start Daphne by saying Daphne -b0000, which is localhost. Specify what port we want this to run on. We can use 8002 for example. And then just yatte.asgi::application. So now this will tap into the application part of the ASGI file. So now we can save and quit this. And then we can create a supervisor file for this as well. So touch etc supervisor and conf yatte, not yatte.gunicorn, but yatte.daphne. Then we edit this file, and this looks very similar. We call this Daphne. This is Daphne is the same as channels, by the way. And then the command to start which user, which log files, and the rest of the configuration to make sure that it's running properly. Then we can run the reread command again. So supervisor ctl reread. Yes, it's available. Perfect. And update to add it to the list. Then status. So then you can see here back off. This is not executable. I forgot to do that. So chmod -x to make it executable. env bin Daphne start. So then we can try to restart Daphne by saying supervisor ctl restart Daphne. Okay, it still says that it's not executable. ls lart env bin. So this is still owned by the user, so that's probably why. chown -r, we can just do this on all files just one more time. So yatte:/webapps dot and chmod +x okay, I did it wrong up here. I said minus or dash x. It's plus x. env bin Daphne start. Let's try to restart again. Not running, that's correct. And it could not start. Okay, so open up the log file by saying tail logs Daphne. Daphne command not found. So can't. If I say Daphne here, it looks like it's working. Let me just take the last line of the script, cut env bin Daphne start, and then I can do this on P8010. This will fail now because I'm not in the correct folder. Let's go into Yatte again. You can see that I specified -p 2 times. So as you can see here, it is running. So Daphne exists and everything is okay. I think that I missed one part of the script. So vi env env. Sorry, I need to go up one folder. Sorry for about all of this mess. vi env bin Daphne underscore start. I need to say source./env bin activate because you need to activate environment where Django is, of course. So this is not working. We're not going to run that anyways. We're going to run this script, but we can try to restart supervisor to see if it will start now. So now we can see started. Let's see the status. Yes, so now we have both Yatte running, which is the G-unicorn and UV-icorn, and Daphne, which is the channel part running. Nice. So I think I can set this to done now. This is also done now. I did it inside this task. And then we need to set up Nginx as the face out of this server. So it is already created or installed, but if you go to cd etc nginx sites enabled, then we can rm default, so it just delete this default file here, create a new one, touch yatte.conf vi yatte.conf to edit it. And then here we first need to set up an upstream, so upstream yatte underscore app server. This is just so that I have a connection to the G-unicorn socket file. Server unix :/web/yatte/run/G-unicorn.sock fail underscore timeout equals 0, because this shouldn't have a timeout. And then we set up one server in this configuration file, and we want to listen to port 80. Then we set up a server name, which is the IP address for the server, which in my case is yatte.com. And then I want to set up the access log. So every time we visit this page, an entry will be added here with a little bit information about your browser and similar. And one more error log. So now we have an error for Daphne, we have one for G-unicorn, and we also have one for Nginx. So it's very easy to keep track where the error is coming from. And since we are using static files, for example for the JavaScript, we need to set up a location /static so that Nginx will now host or serve these files. So every URL that starts with /static will just be automatically pulled out of this folder. Now we can do the same thing for media files. Media alias web apps yatte media, and then we have one more location for the Django project itself. whoops, changed window. So every time you go to the front page or any other URL, you go in here. And here we need to set up a few proxy. And this is just configuration to make sure that everything is properly forwarded from here and to the G-unicorn. So we'll also send this information up to this one. So we're going to test that the request isn't a file name. And if it's not, then we go into this one. So then we just proxy pass it into http:// into this, and then Django will take care of the rest. Then we just need one more location, and that is the location for the WebSocket, or WS. So if it begins with WS, we need this tilde, and this one, which maybe is called caret. Not sure, but yes, you need this to make sure that it will work. And then I have a few more settings that I want to add here now. So what this does is that first it proxy sends everything to 127.0.0.1, which is also localhost, and 8002, which was the port we used when we run the defini command inside the defini script. And then just a little bit more configuration for timing out, connection timeout, and similar. So then we can close the location and we can close the server. Then we can save and close this. So if I now run service nginx restart, we should have stopped the nginx server and started it again. So maybe if I'm lucky now and go to yatte.com, oops, there you have it. Open up the inspector just to see that everything is okay. There are no errors. Let me try to connect here. There's something wrong with the browser. Every time I click something, I'm thrown out. So, oops, Stein, join. Okay, so we can see here I get 403 forbidden, so I was connected, but I am thrown out. Let me see if I can find some more information in the network tab. If there is a good reason for throwing me out. CSRF verification failed. Yes. And if I go back to the code, I will show you why. In the main.js, we use this getCookie command, and this isn't really available when you are not on HTTPS. And in order to go around this, you just need to change the view file for the front page. And in order to fix that, I just need to change the view file for the front page. So if I just go back to the folder I was on, which is the parent folder, by saying cd dash, and into there again, and then vi chat views.py. If okay, the index file isn't there, but in vi core views, here it is. Then I just need to do one quick fix here, and that is to ensure that the cookies are actually printed on the page, which is the problem that it's not now. I need to add a decorator called ensure CSRF token, and then I just need to import this. So from Django.views import, Django.views.decorators.csrf import, and then ensure CSRF token. So I can quit this, and then I need to restart G-unicorn, and I can do that by saying supervisor ctl restart, and then yatte, which is the Django project. So then that's taken care of. Let's try to refresh. Okay, now I got a different kind of error here. What is that? Status. It is running, so why am I getting this? I probably did something wrong here. It's not CSRF token, it's CSRF cookie. So save and quit, and then we can restart Yatte again here. So every time you do a Django change, you need to restart using supervisor. Refresh, and then I'm back here. So let me try to log in here, join chat. Then you can see here, room created. If I scroll down, chat token was opened. Hello. And then this was sent to the server. Nice. So maybe I should now create a backend user just to make sure that it is added and that the backend user can talk to the front end. So let's create a super user by saying python menpy create super user -s settings equals yatte.settings prod, because you need to make sure that you're using this file. admin@yatte.com, admin yatte, and then a password. Okay, so now that is done, I can try to log in a different browser. So yatte.com/admin, admin@yatte.com, and then the password I used. Nice. So if I go to rooms, then there are one room by Stein, which is correct. Perfect. I came from this website, which is also correct. And then in messages, you can see there is one message from Stein. Nice. Okay, let me try to go to yatte.com/chatadmin instead. Okay, here you can see my user. You can see the room. If I join it and go back here, you can see the admin/agent has joined the chat. And this is now active, so it actually sends information there. Hello. Information is sent back and forth. Nice. Hello. So now you can see that this is working both ways. Nice. And there you have it. A great chat application that you now can use however you want. Feel free to use the code if you want to use it. Please do some more things to it, like add, for example, better ways to know which page come from. You can update this, for example, and similar. If you have any questions about today's code, feel free to leave a comment below. I will answer as soon as I can. See you in the next video.